I'm going to open the meeting. All right, welcome everyone. I would like to call to order everyone to the virtual special board meeting of the Radnor Township School District to hear community input on the Radnor Raider name and mascot. And we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So I'd like to welcome everyone and to report that the board has not met in executive session since our last business board meeting. And then I'd like to get right underway with our presentation from Mr. Petiti. And after our presentation and before we start public comment, I'll just give the public a little bit of information. Okay, thank you, Mr. Petiti, if you'd like to get underway.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stern. So welcome everyone joining us tonight, those on Zoom, including our guest commentators, school board members, and fellow administrators, as well as those watching live on YouTube. We as a district appreciate you all taking the time to tune in to this important discussion. So what I'm going to be showing you soon is a 7-slide presentation that attempts to capture elements of more than 125 years of Radnor High School history. As the District Director of Communications, I have been a part of just 9 years of this history. In fact, this month in 2011 is when I started in Radnor. While that means I was here for the quote retirement of the costume mascot in 2013, an event included in the timeline that you'll soon see, and I still remember the circumstances well, there is an incredible amount of history I, nor many of us in Radnor, may not be fully aware of, just like there will be any institution founded before the 1900s. So we've tried to pin down some concrete information through an examination of archives within the district, as well as at the Radnor Memorial Library. We've spoken to some alumni and have incorporated their recollections into the timeline. What we know for a fact is the colors of red and white were established prior to the establishment of the name Raiders. We know the name Raiders was established without a definitive connection to Native Americans. And we know the Raiders mascot depicting a Native American in full dress was developed in the mid-1960s. During our research, the name Emerson Chief Metoxen kept surfacing. I will talk more about Mr. Metoxen, however, it is important to state from the start that the connection between Mr. Metoxen and the Native American interpretation of Raiders beginning in the 1960s is by no means definitive. We know Mr. Metoxen was beloved by students based on various articles from the time, and we have spoken to a past faculty member who recalls the adoption of Native American symbolism in the 60s was in a way inspired by Mr. Metoxen, but we have also heard that the costume was chosen simply due to its ease of creation. It may have just been a coincidence that Mr. Metoxen was planning to retire the same year the costume first premiered. Our goal as a district is to provide an accurate and factual report on not just the history of the Radnor Raiders and associated imagery, but on the history of the school itself. So we encourage any member of the public who has either concrete evidence or historical knowledge of the origins and history of the Raider, associated imagery, or any other related information concerning the topic to email us at radnor@rtsd.org so we can continue to flesh out our past for the benefit of our future. So now let me start with the presentation at hand, please. So we'll first, as I mentioned in the intro, starting right at the beginning here with, if I can get this to change slides, with the founding of the high school in 1893. And what we're trying to accomplish, as I mentioned, is take a look at, in a short order here of some materials that are associated with information we uncovered. And these are student newspapers predominantly in the lower half of your screen. You'll see that we found through the 1897 Critic, which is a student paper, that red and white were chosen and used by the student body as early as 1897. And you'll also see that these red and white were also referred to as crimson and white in some circumstances. And then in 1905, again, red and white. And then when the football song was created in 1924, the team was actually referred to as the red and white, and that was incorporated into the song. So that helps us establish that red, the color red, was a standalone from the Raiders itself. And we learned through our research that around in 1934, we found our first known usage of the word Raiders, or Red Raiders, in connection with Radnor High School. And at the time, it seemed that, and from our digging, that a lot of newspapers would come up with names themselves for teams. They didn't want to, or they were adverse to calling the team by the actual educational institution. They came up with some sort of moniker to the Bulldogs, and in this case, potentially the Raiders. During the time here, we weren't able to see anything that connected the Raiders name with a Native American at this time. That's not to say that there wasn't a possible inspiration that we just couldn't uncover. It's just that we couldn't locate anything. We did also learn that around this time, the term dry raiders were very popular due to prohibition, and it's possible that dry raiders was a motivating or inspirational factor in the establishment of the word raiders as the name. Another important thing to note at this time was that no connections to the Lehigh Lenape tribe have been discovered. I know that there has been some discussion about a potential connection, but in all the research that we've done, we can't locate any connection between the Raider name and that particular group of Native Americans. Excuse me, yes, Native Americans. Next, we will go into Mr. Metoxen, as I mentioned, and if you can see that my screen, I don't know if this is blocking it, this video feed, but Mr. Metoxen, who was known as chief, it wasn't actually a chief, but he was known as chief, was hired in 1943. And as you see here, I don't need to read it over, but you can see a little bit about his bio here. And he was with the district for over 20 years. And during that time, he played a role in various athletic groups, and he also acted as an assistant athletic director. And he also had relatives that were pretty renowned in the area for their contributions to athletics. You also see that he would appear occasionally in his full headdress, as you can see in the picture there on the far right, to confer awards and whatnot. So it's important to kind of to give some history of Chief Metoxen and just how much of a beloved and revered he ended up being in the school district, in Radnor High School, I should say. We'll move on to the next slide. Having trouble sliding down here. You see, in 1945, we were looking for connections again to the Native American imagery prior to 1964. And in 1945, we found a program in the LM game that perhaps tellingly shows LM athletes and superimposed on Bulldog heads, and then the Red Raiders with no imagery associated. And then you'll also see, interestingly, in 1951, one of Mr. Metoxen's previous employers, Glenmore High School, actually named their team, the Indians, ostensibly in honor of Mr. Metoxen. And there's an article there from January 16th of 51 that actually describes the process of naming that it was done, at least in their mind at the time, and to honor Mr. Metoxen. And this was actually when he was with Radnor. So you'll see towards the ending, the maybe last paragraph, our Radnor is actually mentioned. So there is some potential belief maybe that we were also inspired as other schools were. 64 is where we really start to see, is actually where we see the Native American imagery come into play. And we see that from the Suburban and Wayne Times, which published an article talking about how the student body was looking to create an actual physical mascot to represent the Raiders. And as I have a pulled out quote here, you can see it highlighted in the same article. You'll see that they had a competition or some sort of a vote. And at the time they were deciding, I'm not sure what they were deciding between, but we do know that in the end, they came up with a Native American as the mascot. Excuse me, let me go down here. So then fall 64 is when you actually you saw that first appearance of the costume mascot. And again, as I mentioned in the introduction, it could have been because of convenience and ease of costume. However, the first Radnor Raider we were able to talk to, and they explained that it seemed to be an attempt to honor, or at least bring some sort of respect to the role through education and meetings with Mr. Metoxen. So you can read in that highlighted there what the student had reported to us. Interestingly, the middle school, then the junior high school, also established a student whose name has been blacked out to run along the sidelines in a Native American costume as well. That same year, Mr. Metoxen retired, and the retirement was greeted with much adulation in terms of celebrating the man's work. There's coverage in the Philadelphia Inquirer we found, there's coverage in local papers. It looks like he visited some schools to almost a farewell kind of tour to talk about his history and the tradition of Native Americans, at least as he knows them. So we have that set in stone as well when he retired. I keep going back to the slide, which I'm trying not to do. Okay. Now we get into where it gets a little murky, and we know that around this time after his retirement, there's been much more imagery surfacing, with a masthead happening at the Radnor Raider back in '68. We know that they named Raider Road and no later than '69. We know that by a photograph from '77, we can see a version of the Indian head on the side of the building, as well as on the logo for the football helmets, which we haven't been able to pinpoint when that was placed there nor when that was removed. And you'll notice that the logo to the right, the close-up, is a little bit different looking than the one that we found in the photo. So there was also a period of time where that must have been switched out, or a new logo was updated, and then we couldn't locate when that new sign was put up. May 1989, Mr. Metoxen passed away and is buried locally. And 2016, we know from talking to some people familiar with that time that an opinion piece was then published. It could have happened earlier, questioning the appropriateness of Native American imagery and the Raiders. And so it's at least 14 years, if not more, that this conversation has been going on. I mentioned again in the introduction about the retirement of what we'll call the bobblehead costume of a Radnor Raider. We, again, not certain when that came to be, how long that character roamed the sidelines of games, but we do know that in June 2013, it received quite a bit of publicity when we decided to retire the costumed Raider. And that will bring us to now. And importantly, to point out, Mr. Metoxen's Oneida Nation in 2013 came out to urge the Washington Redskins to change their name. So it's important to put that on record that, obviously he's not with us any longer, but his group made a stance on that. And then what really brought us to have this meeting tonight in many ways was the increasingly vocal students through social media, the student newspaper, other venues calling for an examination of the Raider, and in many cases for Radnor for reform, and the Drop the Chop Facebook page calling for an abandonment of the Raider and associated imagery altogether. So with that as background, I'll stop sharing my screen, and if there's no questions or any comments regarding that, we can jump into a round of comments.
Thank you, Mr. Petiti. Actually, what we are going to do is get right underway with public comment. Individual board members may or may not have questions about the presentation, but we did focus tonight to be an evening for us to listen to the community input. So I'd like to get right underway with that. And before we get started, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Petiti, and Dr. Hand and Mr. Batchelor for working together to do to bring together the technology that allows members of the public to join us tonight. This is kind of a test run. We've been virtual since March, and we've not had members of the public be before us live. So we hope that this opportunity to hear the public allows us to see how this technology might work for us, as a board, as a district. I'd also like to tell you that we have a tremendous amount of public comment tonight. We received, Mr. Petiti, approximately 130 submitted comments by noon yesterday, which was the deadline for those who wanted the option to present their comments tonight. Not all members of the public opted to do that, just so the board is aware. Approximately 35 or 36 participants will be joining us tonight to share their comments in person. And then the rest of the comments will be read by Mr. Petiti and Ms. Gangle from our communications department. So we have a lot to hear tonight. And with that in mind, and keeping in mind the tremendous amount of work that the district's been doing to reopen school, which is also on the forefront of all of our minds, what I'd like to propose is that we're going to listen to public comment till about 11 o'clock. Let's see how far we go. We may very well, I may very well recess this meeting tonight, and then we would reconvene the meeting at another time. And what that means from a technical standpoint, for those of you in the public, is that we don't end the meeting, but we would recess it. Your comments that you've sent in tonight will be saved. And if we don't get through the 36 or so people who wanted to have their comments read by themselves, we would send them a link for another date at another time. Correct, Mr. Batchel? We can do that.
Correct. Yep.
Right.
We can do that. We will continue the meeting wherever we leave off. We told everybody public comment will be read in the order that it came in, or if people want to choose to speak, they have that option to actually read their comment, or Mr. Petiti. But yes, if we recess this meeting, we would just begin where we leave off at when we reconvene the meeting.
Great. And I would like to say it's really in deference, even the contemplation of recessing this meeting tonight is really out of consideration for our administration, who has been working tremendously hard and going tremendously late into the evening. That does not mean to say this topic isn't important. In fact, it's so important. We want to make sure that everyone is able to hear it, until a decent hour of the evening. And so we're going to get underway with that. And as my mother used to say, we will play it by ear. So we'll, see how the next couple of hours unfold with comments. So Dr. Hand or Mr. Petiti, I'm not really sure who's taking over the technology aspect of this tonight, but I will let you get underway.
Sure. Our first comment, if Dr. Hand could help me to bring in Mr. Rick Eckstein.
Hello.
Welcome, Mr. Eckstein, to the school district. You are our first commenter in person.
I am honored.
Since we've gone virtual, so welcome.
Well, I don't know what to say about this privilege, about being the first. Thanks very much. My name is Rick Eckstein. I live at 334 Strathmore Road in Garrett Hill. First, I'd like to commend the board for giving this issue the attention it deserves, especially in these unprecedented times. Our country's experiencing a unique cultural moment when subtle, unintentional forms of racism are being recognized and addressed. As a society, we are starting to understand that one need not be a racist to legitimate systemic racism. I've been embroiled in this issue for over 30 years, both professionally and personally. As a sociology professor who researches and teaches about sports, culture, and politics, I've given many educational presentations about the problems raised by using Native American mascots and nicknames. As the parent of 2 recent RTSD grads, I have personally despaired for almost 20 years at the district's use of Native imagery and have occasionally and politely shared this despair with previous boards and district administrators. I was indirectly involved with the 2013 limited rollback of the high school's Native imagery, which I hope might snowball into more comprehensive changes. Sadly, this did not happen. And it leads me to the issue I want to focus on in my remaining time. Why, in addition to ending the use of Native imagery in the district's logos, the name Raiders must also go. I didn't always believe this. Until a month ago, I thought it might be possible to rebrand the Raiders name into something independent of Native imagery. What changed my mind was Quaker Oats' decision to completely retire the Aunt Jemima caricature and name. By the way, does anybody believe that Aunt Jemima honors African-American domestic workers? Anyway, Quaker Oats explained that it simply wouldn't be possible to say Aunt Jemima without evoking the racist caricature. The imagery and the name were fused. And so it is, I believe, with our use of Raiders. The nickname will always evoke Native imagery, even if we don't want it to. It is embedded in the district's cultural engrams. We saw this in play after the limited 2013 changes. Yes, we eliminated the red from Red Raiders and disposed of the Indian costume, but we did it on the QT. We didn't really tell anyone. So the local media still called us the Red Raiders. The band still led the chop. The Indian head remained behind the bleachers. Some middle school coaches innocently ordered warm-up jerseys with native imagery, and feathers started sprouting from every district logo, the exact same feathers as the former Washington football team logo. I believe this happened because we did the changes half-heartedly. We cut off the dandelion's head without getting the root. And the root, I'm afraid, includes the name Raiders. So I implore the board and district administrators to act boldly, with courage and conviction, that they're being true to the district's values by immediately ending its use of all Native American imagery and the Raiders nickname. We will survive. We are more than a nickname. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eckstein. Mr. Petiti, do you want to bring in the next person?
Yes, next we will have Miss Maya Van Rossum.
Welcome, Ms. Van Rossum.
Hi, sorry about that. Hi, can you hear and see me?
Yes.
Terrific. So hi, I'm Maya Van Rossum. I am a lifelong Radnor resident. I am a Radnor alumni. I played Radnor sports and I am in the Radnor Hall of Fame. And I'm here tonight to ask you to please retire the Raider name and the Native American imagery out of respect for First Nation people who are opposed to and harmed by the ongoing and offensive use of Native American references and imagery by sports teams, schools, and business, and because of its impact on Radnor students, including my own children. Research documents that use of Native American names, mascots, and imagery support negative stereotypes and harmful perceptions of Native Americans and other communities of color. It harms the development of young Native Americans. It perpetuates ongoing societal inequities for Native Americans, and it can impact the self-esteem of other non-Native communities of color. And it teaches non-Native children that denigrating treatment of Native Americans and other communities of color can somehow be deemed acceptable. In recent weeks, sadly, my family has witnessed real time within the Radnor community how the Raider name, imagery, and their lessons of disregard do in fact support stereotyping, aggression, and bigotry. Those vigorously in support of ongoing use of the Raider name and imagery have put up social media posts the following, and I'm just going to tell you some of the language is offensive, so if you have children, please mute your computers. They have told us, go fuck yourself. They have referred to us as the bandwagon bitch of the main line. Yes? Can you hear me still?
We can hear you. If you would perhaps just use non-expletives. We understood, we read your comments, and not just out of respect for our board and the community. We did read them. We are aware of the actual expletives, but we would ask that you try to perhaps initialize them. Thank you.
Absolutely inappropriate, please.
Yeah, well, some of them can't be initialized. And I agree with you. It was wholly inappropriate that people would go onto a public platform and say these things about us. Call us crazies, call us a-holes. That was my short form of that. Call us pansies. Some suggesting that they should head over to my house for a discussion. Others stating that we're taking your irrelevant ASS out of the Hall of Fame. Current Radnor students were accused of lying when stating their support for change, with the remark even supported by a former Radnor teacher. And when asked to consider the perspectives of Native American people, we heard, quote, I don't give two SHITs what an Indian thinks. And a Native American chief was called a, quote, confused individual, and his statements were, quote, ridiculous. Keeping the Raider name and or the Native American imagery accepts and validates such aggressive, bullying, and threatening behavior, and will only serve to embrace, empower, and embolden such perspectives. And I'm glad that you were shocked and offended by that terminology used against myself and my family on a public platform. And I'm sorry that some of you had to hear it tonight, but I felt that it was important for people to fully understand what we were subjected to. Keeping the Raider name minus the imagery will not solve the problem. Quote, Raider is already understood by many as an aggressive characterization of Native American people. Radnor's history of coupling the name with the Native American imagery will inhibit a changed perception. Advocates have vowed and they will continue to fight to keep both the Raider name and the imagery, including continued use of paraphernalia with the current Native American imagery on it, and even urge a return to the quote, Red Raider name. Keeping in place the name will leave open the perpetual opportunity for backsliding, which we have already experienced. By contrast, a clean change of name and imagery will allow the community to come together in a positive process for selecting a new name and mascot that supports both inspiration and respect. I have attended many public meetings and hearings involving decisions that impact Native American people. And in every instance, there is a deep frustration, anger, and concern that when Native American people speak, decision makers and others do not listen and continue to make decisions that harm Native American interests in order to advance the goals of others. The school board needs to show its students that listening matters and respect matters by voting to end the use of the Raider name and the Native American imagery. I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm sorry you were offended by the terms that our own community used against us in a public platform. I too was offended.
Thank you, Ms. Van Rossum. Appreciate that. Mr. Petiti, do we have our next commenter?
Yes, we now welcome Mr. Adam Bloom.
Welcome, Mr. Bloom.
Thank you. One moment. All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm a proud Radnor alum, and I will admit I did enjoy playing the tomahawk chop music in the marching band during my years at Radnor. As I went on through my years at Radnor, something felt off about playing that music, seeing the mascot. In 2006, I wrote a Radnorite op-ed about whether to keep the mascot. I interviewed then athletic director and assistant or interim principal Skellinger. And high school aged me concluded that we could keep the mascot, but spend more time teaching about the Lenni Lenape local people. That was then, and this is now. I've grown up, and my education and experience meeting Indigenous people has made it all very clear. Radnor is so much better than this. Radnor intends to honor Native people with its name, yet it strengthens a crude stereotype that reduces all Native existence to a romanticized, westernized image of a warrior that is long past. I have learned through my college and professional experiences with Native people that team names and mascots are damaging to living Native people. To live your life knowing you are either A, gone, a part of history, or B, a cartoon reminiscent of 1950s Westerns would be a huge shot to anybody's self-esteem. Native American youth have one of the highest suicide rates in the entire nation. I've learned that reaffirming symbols like the Radnor Raider are even more damaging for Native people from the East, who have dealt with European colonists for centuries longer than out West. For a second, let's just consider the Eastern tribes, which dealt with European colonization, disease, forced removal, and intermarriage for centuries before the well-known Navajo or Lakota. Our highly developed Northeast corridor was built on Indian land, and we've done a good job of forgetting that. It is Lenape land that we live on and Lenape land that we have developed into our affluent blue ribbon community. And despite being marginalized, they are alive and they are resilient. Last year, I actually attended a powwow by the Lenni Lenape Nanticoke tribe in Millsboro, Delaware. I assumed before the event that their celebration would be small. Thankfully, I was dead wrong. Thousands of people were there, and it was beautiful. Their music sounded nothing like the fake Indian tomahawk music I played in our marching band. Their dancing looked nothing like the fake dancing that our smiling Indian mascot made as he danced on the track with our cheerleaders, and there was no bow and arrow in sight. So I ask you, RTSD board, please do the right thing here. As one of the top public schools in the country, we can honor Native people in many ways by featuring them in their authentic stories in our curriculum, but cartoonizing their culture to make our football team seem fierce is unforgivable. Please show your commitment to excellence, show your commitment to diversity, and show your commitment to the great young people who make up your student body. When you look with a critical eye, you will see that the tradition is not as deep or strong as you once thought. Please do the right thing. Please change the name, and please change the mascot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom.
And Mr. Stern, before we go to our next commenter, we were initially tried to have a timer available for tonight, and something that we just want to use for this meeting and for other meetings. I think that is available. So if that is available, Dr. Hand will activate the timer. So just to help our speakers and just help things move along.
Thank you, Mr. Batchelor. I don't have a clock on the Zoom screen. I'm realizing I can't see the clock built into my computer, so I appreciate that assistance.
I just wanted people to know it could just appear. We're testing this technology, so we thought the timer was going to be up from the beginning. It hasn't been, but it could appear hopefully for one of our next speakers.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Petiti, our next speaker.
Yes, we're happy to welcome Marley Duchovny.
Welcome, Ms. Duchovny.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. I want to start off by just thanking the members of the board for having this meeting to hear all of our perspectives. My name is Marley Duchovny, and I'm a 2015 graduate of Radnor. And there are so many things that I am very proud of as a Radnor grad. The exceptional education that I received, the incredible teachers, and the strength of our community. But one thing that I am not proud of is our mascot. In fact, I'm quite ashamed of this. From the dream catcher behind the Radnor logo on apparel to the Native American mascot on the brick wall at football games, to the tomahawk chop that I too can admit played as a member of the marching band. It's really not hard to see all of the instances of RTSD portraying stereotypes of Native Americans. And while I do not believe that shame encourages people to change, I believe that the opportunity to do better and be better does. And each of you can help RTSD by no longer relying on these harmful racial stereotypes. You yourselves can help us live up to our potential to actually be one of the best school districts, not only in Pennsylvania, but in the nation. And that's not just academically, but also very importantly, culturally. And as officials who are elected with the goals of bettering the school district, I know that this is something that you strive to do through your service to Radnor. So just to end my comment personally, as a young Jewish woman and the grandchild of Holocaust survivors, I find that for better or worse, I often view events like this through the lens of my family's experiences. And whether stereotypes are in the form of a joke or even a backhanded compliment, it all has the same effect: to characterize a whole group of people in
And that is the challenge of technology.
a
Here she goes.
Thank you. Well, unfortunately,
certain way.
Mr. Petiti, is that Ms. Duchovny's connection?
It must be.
Okay. All righty. Well, I do think that she was probably kind of wrapping up her comments. Certainly, Ms. Duchovny, we received her emailed comments so we could review the final words that she was saying, but thank you for that. Mr. Petiti, do you want to bring in our next commenter, please?
Yes, we'll next hear from Emily Pupolo.
Sorry,
Oh,
I apologize. Do I have a minute to just finish up?
yes, Ms. Pupolo, if you could hold on just a moment, please.
Oh,
Go
I'm
ahead,
so
Ms.
sorry.
Duchovny.
I
No,
apologize.
that's fine. Just finish up. That's fine.
Thank you. My internet went out. I believe where I ended was just saying that the major difference between the stereotypes that I have faced in my life is that those were from peers or acquaintances, and that I simply cannot imagine those stereotypes being validated by a school district. So this has to change, and each of you truly has the power to make that change and to create a school district that and a mascot that truly represent each of our students better. So thank you, and I'm so sorry for that technical error. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duchovny. Ms. Pupolo, am I saying that correctly?
It's Popolo, but it's fine.
Pupolo, welcome. Thank
Okay, so my comment is, as a member of class of 2022 at RHS, I can wholeheartedly say that the fact that there is even a question of getting rid of and replacing our current mascot is ridiculous. But since that question is there, here's my obvious answer. Yes, we absolutely should replace the Raider mascot. There is a plethora of reasons for this, including the fact that the Raider is a caricature. This caricature, coupled with the implications of the name Raider, present Radnor as a school that is uncaring and indifferent to the suffering of Native Americans that have faced for centuries. By keeping this caricature, we as a school show that we are ignorant and willing to fight for / continue the kind of stereotypes that dehumanize and demean Native Americans. If we keep this caricature as our mascot, we show our support for the kind of prejudice that leads to the justification of violence and genocide. It is offensive, crude, and most of all racist. Native Americans are not raiders, and they are not caricatures to cheer at during a football game. Native Americans are human beings that can't be boiled down to one racist perception. There is no reason to keep the Raider as our mascot, but there are many reasons to replace the stereotype as our mascot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Petiti, are we ready with our next commenter?
Yes, Cassandra Ramirez.
Welcome, Ms. Ramirez.
Hello, I'm Cassandra Ramirez from the Radnor class of 2022. My family is Indigenous Native American from the Nahuatl people in Central America. These institutions, such as Radnor, which are funded on the basis of colonialism, follow Eurocentric principles and are built on the land and blood of our people, profit and appropriate cultures that are systematically oppressed and suffer from the lack of societal awareness of our own history and culture, despite being nationally used as sports mascots. It's time for change. During my time in Radnor, I have witnessed, experienced, and brought to the attention of racism, microaggressions, and profiling of POC minorities. This mascot, so-called honoring, does not respect your school in the whitewashed institution of Radnor, nor does it respect our native culture, which this is a mockery to our history, a mockery to our people. Radnor is a school where the educational curriculum glorifies the grotesque history of America and does not teach the students about racial diversity. Radnor is a predominantly white school with a Native Indigenous mascot when the percentage of Native Americans are less than 1%. Instead of honoring our culture, again, it's a mockery and covertly racist due to the way the school district profits and deals with the cultural nuances and lack of education in the study of Native American culture, as well as the climate of the student body. The time for change is now. Thank you. I finished my comment.
Thank you, Ms. Ramirez.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Ellie Davis.
Hello.
Welcome, Ms. Davis.
Hi. My name is Ellie Davis, and I am a rising junior at Radnor High School and a member of the student group Radnor for Reform. I have attended Radnor schools since kindergarten, and I feel lucky to have grown up in such an engaging and wonderful community. And ever since I've had the chance in middle school, I've participated in Radnor athletics, playing basketball, and in high school, participating in crew. I've been lucky to experience the wonderful sense of pride in Radnor after winning a game in the locker room with my teammates and wearing Radnor merchandise. And it's because of, and not in spite of, this Radnor pride that I believe we must change our mascot's name and logo. One of the biggest misconceptions about our student group, Radnor for Reform, is that we are acting out of a hatred for our own community. And the reality is just the opposite. Our desire to change the mascot's name and logo comes from our Radnor pride. If we actually hated Radnor, we would have never started this movement in the first place. But instead, we value and care about our community enough to identify and advocate for ways that we can improve. As an athlete, I want to be able to show my full pride for Radnor, but our current mascot makes that impossible. In the basketball gym, the chairs for the sideline bench have the Native American head printed on them. The score table right now has the phrase Red Raider next to the same Native American head. The floor has the ubiquitous feather image. I enter the gym with full Radnor pride, but in that gym, I cannot cheer for my own team without cheering for the racist images surrounding me. My pride is replaced with shame and embarrassment that my community hasn't been able to move past this outdated, offensive mascot. I know that I'm not the only student who feels unable to show their full Radnor pride with the current mascot, and I believe that if we change the mascot's name and logo to something that we can all be proud of, the Radnor Ruckus will be able to unite like never before. I know I will be able to transition to cheering for a new mascot because my pride for Radnor goes beyond just the images on the surface of our community. My pride for Radnor lies in the people, the teachers, the business owners, my fellow classmates, and my neighbors, not whatever picture is on the side of the gym. I know that this insensitive, racist image doesn't represent the welcoming community I know and love, and I have enough trust, enough hope, and enough pride for my community that I know that together we can move forward with a new mascot that does not undermine our values. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Mr. Petiti?
Okay, next we have Anneke Walsh Van Rossum. Have I pronounced that correct?
Ms. Walsh Van Rossum?
We've moved them on, but oh, there we go. Looks like phone audio. There we go.
Welcome, Ms. Walsh Van Rossum.
Sorry, it was adding me as a panelist. Hi, so can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is Annika Walsh Van Rossum, and I am a Radnor alumni, athlete, alumni class of 2015, and a Radnor resident my whole life. When Marquette University President Robert Weil decided to change the mascot and name from Warriors to Golden Eagles, he stated, "While I recognize that some people will be disappointed that we are not reinstating the Warriors nickname, we cannot teach one principle about respect for human dignity in our classrooms and then fail to act by that same principle when making decisions." And in fact, he turned down a $2 million offer to reinstate the Warriors mascot and name for Marquette. In my time at Radnor, I attended countless anti-bullying campaigns, topics like the harms of name calling, of assuming about someone's life and making fun of them, even a week-long campaign about not using the R word because it was offensive to our mentally challenged students. Radnor as a community has attempted to teach these principles, yet has failed to act by these same principles when you put the Radnor Raider image back on the high school gym. When you continue to appropriate Native American culture and imagery and name calling, but claim it is important to maintain Radnor tradition. And sadly, your students might buy into that flawed and racist logic. And amongst the threats brought against my family, as you heard earlier, An image of 15-year-old me was actually posted on an alumni site by another adult in an attempt to shame me. And I was dressed for the LM Week pep rally. I had put 2 stripes on each of my cheeks. I can't confirm for you my intent at the time, possibly thought it was football player, eye black, but I would not be surprised if I thought of it as my war paint. And we all know to not participate in the LM Week and its traditions makes any student a social pariah. And if at that time a Native student or person told me that was wrong, offensive, harmful, I probably would have dismissed them. Because how could Radnor tradition and actions that a whole school and community condone ever be seen as racist? Radnor had failed me. You continue to fail your current students by allowing the Radnor Raider name and mascot to exist. I am pursuing my law degree now at age 23 in hopes of fighting for social change, just like I am doing in this moment. What if an interviewer finds that photo? What if the images I have seen of past and current students with frankly worse face paint and actions than I ever did at 15? You have put us all at risk, and you condone racism and bigotry by calling it school pride. And that is why I have spent weeks reading comments from Radnor alumni saying if Native Americans fought harder, they could have named Radnor anything they wanted, or chanting "Red, Red Raiders forever." You are condoning an outdated belief system for your students in a world that will no longer tolerate it, a world that will not tolerate the ignorant mindset of supporting the Radnor Raider. It is time that you not only teach, but act on these principles, and principles of supporting the Radnor Raider are uneducated, racist, and on a base level wrong. And are those really the principles we want to be teaching our students now? Thank you for your time, and I hope you guys make the right decision.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh Van Rossum. Mr. Petiti, our next speaker.
Next up, Reese Hillman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Ms. Hillman.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Reese Hillman, and I'm a rising junior at Radnor High School and a member of the student-led group Radnor for Reform. Today, I want to address a part of our school that I now know must change, the name Raider. At the beginning of this process, I was a believer that it is essential to change our mascot's associated Native American imagery, but not to change the name. That with a completely different image associated with the name Raider, our work would be complete. With this new imagery, we'd be able to nurture a welcoming and inclusive environment at Radnor. However, through many conversations and reflection, I realized that this is not at all the case. To reference our open letter, we stated that we fear that if we keep the name Raider, our school will forever be associated with the racist stereotypes of our former mascot, commonly known as the Red Radnor Raider. For one, our school color is maroon. At sports games, the teams are commonly referenced by their colors. Therefore, if we were to keep the name Raider, we keep the possibility open that we will be referred to as the Red Raiders at sports games. This term is an offensive and clear reference to Indigenous people. Radnor has been called the Red Raiders numerous times in the media, and the best way to eradicate this name is to change the name from Raider entirely. Secondly, as I previously stated, I worry that even if we abandon our mascot's imagery and keep the name Raider, the association between the name Raider and the Native American head hanging over Prevost Field will remain. It is a much better strategy to eliminate this association completely through a rebranding of Radnor, which includes its mascot and its name. Additionally, because of the association that will remain in the minds of those who have lived in Radnor Township for years between Native Americans and the term Raider, keeping the name Raider may very well allow for a reintroduction of racist imagery in the future. Finally, and most importantly, I was lucky enough to hear from 2 Indigenous women over Zoom about the harmful nature of the word Raider. They explained how the word Raider is harmful in and of itself, and because it has been associated with the Native American imagery in our town and many other schools across the country, the name must also go. Taking the image down is not enough. The name Raider is equally unacceptable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hillman.
Okay, next, Isabella, Deputy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Ms. Deputy.
Hi, thank you. Hello, my name is Isabel Deputy. and I'm a rising junior at Radnor High School and a member of the student-led group Radnor for Reform. I'm here today, as are many of my colleagues, to speak out against the current Radnor mascot. I believe that the Native American head, as our Radnor mascot, is going against our ideals and is reducing a group of people to animals. Allow me to explain. I would like to mention the comparison to other mascots. When someone looks at a mascot, they see a physical representation of the spirit of the school. Other mascots are anything from objects to animals, such as birds of prey or wildcats. When Radnor uses the Native American head as a mascot, it reduces an already marginalized group of people to animals. It further diminishes the inherent value of a human life and just shows Native Americans as a gross caricature of their long and complex culture. I feel as though this is a small change that we can do at home right here that can make a huge impact on the message that we send out. I want to be proud to wear my school's merchandise and not feel as though I'm reducing a group of people to animals every time someone may see it. In order to uphold Radnor's ideals of integrity and respect for all people, we must change our mascot. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Deputy. Mr. Petiti?
Yes, thank you. Becca Zajac.
Mr. Petiti, is Ms. Zajac there?
Mr. Hand, or Dr. Hand, excuse me, do you see Ms. Zajac in the queue there?
She is, but she is not coming in.
All right, well, why
Possibly not be in attendance. We can come back.
Right. Yes, why don't we do that? Move on to the next speaker, and we'll come back to Ms. Zajac.
Okay, next up then we have Nora Graves.
I do not see her in attendance. Oh, no, there. I'm sorry. Eleanor, thank you.
Hi, can you see me?
Welcome, Ms. Graves.
I'm Nora Graves, and I'm a rising junior at Radnor High School. I see the mascot every day at school, in the hall behind the gym, on the wall by the tennis courts. For a school that is no place for hate, it's embarrassing and hypocritical. When I was on an exchange trip to Germany, one suggestion was to give a school t-shirt to my host sister. Unfortunately, I couldn't, because the shirts Radnor sells all include clearly native imagery, like feathers. Our racist, dehumanizing mascot is not how I want to represent Radnor, an incredible school, to people across the world. That's why I'm part of Radnor for Reform. In 1968, the National Congress of American Indians, America's oldest and most representative Native group, launched a campaign addressing Native stereotypes in pop culture. They found that, quote, the intolerance and harm promoted by these Indian sports mascots, logos, or symbols have very real consequences for Native people. These caricatures and stereotypes are harmful, perpetuate negative stereotypes of America's First Peoples, and contribute to a disregard for the personhood of Native peoples, end quote. Other major national Indian organizations, the National Indian Education Association, the American Indian Movement, the American Indian Mental Health Association agree. Over 30 individual tribes have filed amicus briefs to the Supreme Court, publicly denounced Native mascots, led efforts to change local mascots, or otherwise called for an end to Native mascots. In all of our research, we have found only one Native American organization that accepts the use of Native mascots, but that group, the Native American Guardian Association, does not require its members to be Native American. Multiple tribes have denounced them for falsely claiming to represent American Indians. A single often cited Washington Post poll said that 90% of Native Americans were not offended by the Washington football team name. However, this poll was small scale, only about 500 respondents, and crucially did not verify that respondents were Native American. Follow-up peer-reviewed research that did verify respondents' Native status found that the majority of Native American tribal members were offended. 65% were also offended by the tomahawk chop, an embarrassingly common practice at Radnor football games. While some may not find Native mascots personally offensive, this is the minority opinion. More telling is the overwhelming number of Native groups that have chosen to devote time, money, and energy to removing these mascots, despite other pressing issues in our communities. The Nanticoke Lenni Lenape tribe, whose ancestors lived in this area, says on their website, often our children must visit or attend schools where their race is being caricatured on walls, shirts, jackets, and flags. Our proud tribal names, villages, heroes, and even rituals are turned into marketing tools and demeaned. Having such mascots is no honor, it is an insult. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Graves. It appears Ms. Zajak's here, so we'll go back to her now. Welcome, Ms. Zajak.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, I'm Becca Zajak, and I'm a rising senior. I just want to start off by saying thank you for listening to every passionate voice speaking tonight. I have lived in Radnor my whole life, and I've been highly involved in the community. As a cheerleader in elementary, middle, and high school, I've been cheering on the Raider Name for years. I support our Radnor athletes and teams, and I enjoy cheering for the community. But as I get older and become more aware of the harmful impact this name has on Native communities, my discomfort grows. When we go to away games and our team is announced the Radnor Raiders, I feel uncomfortable because the other school's mascot is an animal, and ours is a derogatory word that does not represent the sophistication of Radnor, nor is it appropriate for a predominantly white school. I want to be able to fully express how proud I am of our sports teams, but I cannot do so when it requires perpetuating stereotypes against Indigenous cultures. I want a name and mascot that I can genuinely support, as much as I support our teams. Take this opportunity to rebrand Radnor as a whole and change the message our school sends out for the better. You're on the school board for a reason. You all have a deep connection to Radnor, which motivated you to put in hard work for the students and community. You can't make everyone happy, but don't let fear get in the way of doing what you know is right. The decision is in your hands. Give me a real reason to be proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zajak. Mr. Petiti, who do we have next?
Welcome, Ms. Ellen Brown.
Hi, I am here tonight with serious concerns about the debate over the Raider. I am a Radnor alumni from the class of 2017. I am going into my senior year in the Schreier Honors College at Penn State, where I have a double major in English and Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies. During my time at Radnor, I stood as a bystander to the misuse and racist cultural appropriation of the Raider. I recall my freshman year in high school, the lacrosse team made t-shirts that said, "Stay on the reservation," while using the Raider logo. I was disgusted by the shirts, but I did not vocalize my concern. The shirts were later changed, but we had no community reconciliation or education about why that was wrong. My senior year, I was the drum major of the marching band. I led the band in the chop song that is infamous at all Radnor football games. I enjoyed chopping. It was an exciting and fun interactive cheer, but now I look back at the action with embarrassment and disgust. Mimicking the waving of a tomahawk is not okay. The tomahawk action is an example of us picking and choosing what we want to take from Indigenous people while continuing to ignore their ongoing presence and struggles such as significant sexual assault rates, extreme poverty, abundant food deserts, and stripping their land for an oil pipeline. I want Radnor to abolish the Raider because I think it enables high school students to misappropriate Indigenous cultures in a negative and harmful manner. I know there are some people who believe keeping the Raider will honor the legacy of a Radnor football coach, but I implore us to think about the distinction between the individual and the whole community. The football coach was one Indigenous person. His presence and legacy does not justify the cultural appropriation of a whole nation of people. And the Raider mascot is not the only way to remember a connection to Indigenous people. We are living in a moment in history, and the exigence of this time has forced this community to have a hard conversation about race and inequities within our district. Abolishing the Raider is a symbolic step to move Radnor towards an institution that is anti-racist. A new theory in criminal justice reform called restorative justice calls for making amends to the victim of a crime and addressing their needs. Abolishing the name and the imagery of the Raider will allow us to restore power and dignity to Indigenous cultures that we have harmed. Radnor, a small suburban high school in a predominantly white area, has the opportunity to make a symbolic gesture towards Native American communities. The misuse and abolition of the Raider should be taught in our high school curriculum rather than mindlessly and harmfully performed at sporting events without any further engagement or education on Native history. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Next, Ms. Natalie Duman.
Ms. Duman?
I got it.
Hi, can you guys?
Welcome, Ms. Duman.
Thank you. I'm Natalie Duman, and I'm a rising ninth grader at Radnor. In preparation for the special board meeting regarding Radnor High School's team name and mascot, the school board has requested the submission of community comments and opinions. As an incoming ninth grader, I would like to offer my input in the hope that it may encourage the board to truly recognize the underlying yet prevalent racism which the Radnor Raiders mascot and the tomahawk chop entail. The costume mascot, an offensive Native American caricature, was declared retired in June 2013. However, supposing this solely eliminated every element of Native American stereotypes from our school's culture and tradition is as ridiculous and exceptionally ignorant as claiming that racism in America is a thing of the past. This is a problem here and now. The words Radnor Red Raiders alongside a Native American head still remain upon score tables and chairs of school courts. A Native American caricature is still displayed outside the school building. The tomahawk chop, which imitates a religious Native American ritual, is still performed at football games. Sports teams in the high school, which I will soon attend, are still often referred to as the Red Raiders. Furthermore, the predominantly white Radnor High School population continues to be known as racially insensitive. I cannot be entirely proud to be joining a school community in which this racism is either denied or blithely ignored. The board must find the true elimination of stereotypes in the mascot and team name to be of utmost priority, even if this means neglecting some nostalgia which alumni have for the Raiders. If, in regard to racial insensitivity, a complete change of team name and mascot is necessary, so be it. Thank you for the opportunity to submit my input and for considering my stance on this matter.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Tachow.
What did you say? Miss
Yes.
Tashow. Is it Tachow or Tashow?
Tashow.
Tashow. Welcome, Miss Tashow.
Hi. My name is Sarah Tashow, and I'm a member of class of 2023 at Radnor High School. A common argument against removing the Radnor Raiders mascot is that no one or very few people in our school district are personally offended by it. Thus, its presence is not doing any real harm. However, this point is invalid. It is not so much the very few Native American individuals impacted in our school, but more so the lesson Radnor is teaching to every student by keeping the mascot. We are reducing a vibrant ethnic group down to a cartoon image that does no justice for who Native Americans are. Some may say we are honoring them, but I ask, what honors it to have your culture illustrated through inaccurate logos and chants? I recall one of my first days at band camp freshman year when an upperclassman told us, the tomahawk chop is not racist no matter what anyone tells you. It was truly unfortunate to see peers believe this claim and go on to think mocking another's culture was fine to do. Yet since then, I have realized that this message was subconsciously given to most of the students just by being surrounded by the mascot on a regular basis. Last school year, I interviewed co-director Cliff Matias of Red Hawk Native American Arts Council, which is a nonprofit organization led by Native Americans who are dedicated to illustrating their culture through the arts. I interviewed Matias on Radnor's mascot, and he made multiple key points, one of which being the fact that it was not Native Americans who made these names, or even who created the tomahawk chop and sports chants. It is hardly an honor to represent an ethnic group that suffered the highest rate of genocide in the world at 90% with an invalid portrayal of their culture. Notice how there are no German sports teams with a Jew as their mascot, but instead many memorials dedicated to the millions who suffered in the Holocaust. Radnor claims to value respecting diversity, yet I would hardly call using outdated and stereotypical imagery of a culture who makes up so little of our community as fitting that claim whatsoever. The generation of current youth has the most potential to build a better future for this country. However, instead, Radnor is sending students into the world with culturally insensitive views. When asked what message Matias felt Radnor was giving the younger generation by keeping the mascot, he stated he was not surprised and that we are following a pattern of predominantly white establishments being racist. Some have recognized it, others have not. In his words, we are creating a country with uncompassionate views of history, instead of one with understanding and respect for the millions who were and continue to be oppressed. I strongly believe our school community is way better than keeping a racist and outdated mascot, and I hope you can feel the same way. Please, for the sake of a better future for this country as a whole, I'm asking you to change the Radnor Raiders mascot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think next we have Ms. Griffin, Mr. Petiti.
Yes, Miss Ann Griffin.
Okay, welcome, Ms. Griffin.
Thank you so much. So beginning my comment. Hello, everybody. My name is Ann Griffin. I'm a rising senior at Radnor High School and a member of Radnor for Reform, a student-led organization. On July 15th, we released our open letter to Superintendent Batchelor and the board. In our letter, we address our reasons for pursuing change regarding the Native American heads and imagery and the Raider name. We also clearly outline our recommendations for the district, both short-term and long-term. There will be many comments raised in opposition to changing the imagery and name addressed in our letter. We encourage everyone to read it. In particular, some may believe that we are trying to erase history by changing the Native American imagery and Raider name. This notion is unequivocally untrue, so I would like to use my time to elaborate. Radnor has a rich and proud history. This will never change. One of our proposals, shared in the open letter, is to create a public museum-like space in the lobby, new athletic facilities, or another appropriate place to house old sports memorabilia like photographs, equipment, clothing, etc., that depict our former mascot, commonly known as the Red Radnor Raider. These pieces could be contextualized by a plaque to explain what our old mascot was and why we changed it. Community members could donate pieces to add to this space. We hope that this could be a collaboration with local Native groups, RHS administration and athletic department, the student body, and the Radnor community. How we chose to represent ourselves in the past does not have to be how we choose to represent ourselves moving forwards. Radnor can do better and deserves so much better. Conversations about changing the mascot are not new. Student leaders of Radnor for Reform have been involved in this issue for years. Alumni have been involved for years. This is not new. It is time for Radnor to act. Other members of Radnor for Reform will speak to science and data or other aspects of our plan. We have been passionately working on this issue for years. I understand that this is both the best and the worst time to raise this issue. I'm grateful to the administration and the board for all of their work to reopen schools, but I urge you all to engage in this issue. We can deal with reopening schools and the mascot at the same time. Perhaps it was the downtime that the pandemic provided that will allow us all to understand the complexities and prevalence of racism in our country and community. Radnor cannot be a no place for hate school and preach tolerance while rallying under a giant Native American head tagged Raiders. Radnor can honor its past by changing its future. I urge you all to vote for removing the Native American imagery and Raider name. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Now we have Ms. McCrae, Janie McCrae.
Hello.
Welcome.
My name is Janie McCrae, and as a rising junior at RHS, I have been repeatedly exposed to the mascot during my time in Radnor. Despite previous efforts to eliminate the Native American mascot at the high school, the imagery is still impossible to avoid. Walking the halls of the high school, there are constant references to the Raiders, images of the feather headdress, and depictions of the Native American head. As a little kid, I thought nothing of this. Being regularly exposed to the mascot desensitized me to the issue, and it was not until I took the time to consider what the mascot represented that I came to the realization that it was harmful. Not only is the mascot perpetrating a harmful stereotype, the very caricaturization of an entire race is inherently wrong. Most schools are represented by animals, and their mascots are the panthers, bulldogs, bears. By calling ourselves the Raiders and taking an entire race as our mascot, we are devaluing Native American lives and treating them as tokens and characters rather than as people. A point that I often hear brought up by those defending the mascot is that in the 1960s, a Native American man named Emerson Metoxen coached at Radnor and did not oppose the usage of a Native American mascot. Although Coach Metoxen, in his time working at Radnor, never expressed discontent or offense towards the Native American mascot, we must take this with a grain of salt. Metoxen was a single Native American man living in a predominantly white community and coaching during a time in which the usage of a Native American mascot was not widely debated or considered to be wrong. His silence and lack of effort to change the mascot cannot be interpreted as complicity. Even so, it is imperative to prioritize the widespread feelings of Native American people today over the opinion of one individual man who coached at Radnor over 50 years ago. Today, the Lenni-Lenape tribe, situated at a close proximity to Radnor, have spoken up about the dehumanizing and degrading effects of Native American mascots, stating that, even though some are said to be in an effort to honor our people, most are insulting and racist, and all reinforce insensitivity and stereotypes. It is easy to sit back and allow the dated opinion of one individual to defend the Raider, but it is cruel to ignore the voices of the Native American people who feel that their culture is being appropriated and mocked by our mascot. For a school that prides itself on being no place for hate, it is truly shocking that Radnor remains a perpetrator of such a racist, dehumanizing, and hateful mascot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCray.
So now welcome Mr. Carl Rosen.
Hi.
Welcome, Mr. Rosen.
It's tough following those kids. Boy, they're awfully good.
Rosen, I want to correct something I've been neglecting to do tonight. Our first commenters were adults and happened to mention their address, and then we were followed by a number of Radnor students, and they identified themselves as students. So I was inferring that they are residents. If you wouldn't mind just stating your address, and I'm going to try to be better. That's one thing that's fallen by the wayside, and my apologies to everyone. Since we've gone Zoom, that's definitely on me. So if you could just quickly state your address.
Happy to do it. Carl Rosen, 335 Overhill Road in Wayne. Good evening, and thank you to the members of the school board, Mr. Batchelor, and my fellow members of the Radnor community. I'm a 22-year resident of the district, 21-year teacher at Radnor High School, and parent of 2 Radnor grads. So I want to focus on 3 positives. I acknowledge that some who want to keep the Native American mascot expect to resent its being taken away and to regret having lost it. And I ask that those fellow Radnorites see opportunities instead. So number 1, we still have so much we can afford to be generous and charitable. The best thing that we have is Radnor in Radnor. The mascot is not what binds us as a community. It is the Radnor and the people who make up this community. Today's students share the Radnor identity with the class of 2007, which I believe was Adam Bloom's class, 1967, even 1897. Number 2, current students will be able to establish new traditions. We can be entrepreneurial, big fans of that. There are opportunities in imagery and song, refrains for the ruckus, products to sell and wear. When Ultimate Frisbee started as a club, we called ourselves the Griffins. Got a little visual aid here. Someone brought a little griffin statue about this big, and we bonded around the pregame ritual that we created. Some people fear losing the so-called chop. Every member of this community can imagine beyond that. And number 3, we have an opportunity to build a more accurate understanding and deeper appreciation for the cultures that are native to this region. Removing native imagery from our team names does not erase history unless we react only in unimaginative ways. Instead, we can improve our precision. We can be proud of how much we know and teach. As others have mentioned, to raid means to move into territory that is not mine, to take things. This evokes intimidation and fear, and because I'm being positive, I have to acknowledge that it works as a sports nickname. I don't love it, and I prefer other nicknames, and I agree, though, that it works on that level. It is, however, hard to reconcile a positive sense of raiding with presenting the ideal raider as Native American. Anyone must admit that Native raids were in response to white Europeans having intruded into what Indigenous people had known to be their settlement since before memory. It takes blind cherry picking to stereotype Native people as the raiders. It may be true that a majority of current Radnor residents don't object to the current imagery. That being said, acting ethically is not necessarily about doing what's popular. Local opinion matters, but it isn't all that matters. There are plenty of historical reasons why this township is not populated by more members of the Lenape tribe, and they don't include we preferred Oklahoma. Changing sports imagery is one gesture among many as we continually reassess actions and understandings. We can do multiple things to address racial disparities and conflict. It would be insufficient to honor John Lewis by changing the name of that Selma Bridge and then doing nothing to correct ongoing racial inequities. Removing Native American imagery from our teams and improving our curricula on Indigenous culture and working toward racial equity for our students are all among the things that should matter. I am positive that we can do this.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen.
Next, we welcome Estelle Atkinson.
And Miss Atkinson, as I said, I'm going to ask if you could just say your address quickly. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, my address is 10 Hy-Vee Drive. And hello, everybody. My name is Estelle Atkinson, and I am a graduated member of the class of 2020 and a Radnor student since kindergarten. I was a member of the band and as such have been directed to perform the Tomahawk Chop countless times. And I'm the recently retired editor of the Radnorite, where I saw some of our most important pieces ever being published on the subject of the Radnor Raider. Although the physical Radnor Raider mascot was retired years ago, Raider imagery is insidious in our school environment. I can remember seeing the brand new Raider head being installed on the side of the school a couple years ago and being confused because I thought that we had moved past that phase of our history. I can remember in gym class seeing coaching chairs on the sidelines that still read Red Raiders because no one thought to retire them. Depictions of Native American
Did Miss Atkinson perhaps drop off?
Looks like she might have.
Okay.
We can invite her back.
Yep, let's invite her back.
Okay, the next is Izzy Lowe, Miss Izzy Lowe.
Hello.
Welcome, Ms. Lowe. Ms. Lowe, are you a student at Radnor High School, correct?
I am a student.
Okay, great. Go ahead and continue. That's fine.
Hi, my name is Izzy Lowe, and I am a rising junior at Radnor High School. I'm an active member of the group Radnor for Reform, and I believe that we must get rid of the Raider mascot in order to be respectful to all the students and families in our community. I have never liked Radnor's mascot. Even when I was little, I did not see the appeal of having a Native American figurehead as the face of our school. At that time, I didn't know anything about civil rights or social justice, but I felt uneasy knowing that we had a human face as our mascot, while other schools had animals or magical creatures. As I learned more about Native American experiences, particularly their struggles in our country, my discomfort grew. How can their image be our mascot without recognizing the impact of white people's settlement on their traditional lands? As a biracial person of Asian descent, I see stereotypes of Asians in pop culture which make me feel other, as though I don't belong in this country. Luckily, these stereotypes are infrequent. Native Americans, however, are exposed to harmful cultural stereotypes on a daily basis through school mascots, sports teams, influential media, and popular brands. These images suggest that they don't belong, that they are other, and yet they are the original people of this land. How can we be honoring Native Americans through our mascots when these stereotypes isolate and minimize their experience? This, paired with multiple psychological studies and personal accounts, many shared by Radnor for Reform, reveals that Native American mascots are harmful. We should not need a local Lenape to confirm this. The evidence that has provided to you should be enough. Most Native Americans have been traumatized by these stereotypes from a young age. By asking any one of them to speak out about this matter in front of an audience, you should re-traumatize them and contribute to their history of suffering. I do not stress this enough, given the negative comments by some who wish to keep the mascot. By requesting someone to speak on behalf of all Natives, you are perpetuating stereotypes and failing to recognize the fact that Native Americans are diverse and unique. By requesting that a student speak about their personal struggles with the Native American identity, you are violating their privacy and overlooking the fact that they are still a minor. By seeking anecdotal proof instead of studies and public records that we have provided with you, you are neglecting to see that this isn't a local problem, but a national one, a cultural one, and one that only those who created troubling imagery and stereotypes in the first place should fit. We need to get rid of the Radnor Raider. And it's all of us who need to make this change. Not because the Natives in our community want us to, but because it is the right thing to do and the right time to do so. Thank you for considering this important topic.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe. And we're going to welcome back Ms. Atkinson, it appears, right, Mr. Petiti?
Yes, sorry about that. We had a brief power cut, and so my internet cut out. But I can continue from where I left off. Yes, depictions of Native American symbols can be found in the gym, pool lobby, and on our merch. With that being said, it's clear that even though we got rid of the physical mascot at sports games, we have not been able to rid the student body and administration of our collective tendency to uphold the negative stereotypes about Indigenous people that our mascot embodies. The nonchalance with which this school district places feathers, an important symbol in Native American culture, on various logos represents a careless exploitation of a culture that the majority of students in our schools know little about, which is a problem in of itself. Some say these symbols are designed to honor Indigenous people, but I urge you to try and imagine for a moment another scenario in which race could be so blatantly appropriated for a mascot. For many races, it would be seen as incredibly inappropriate. For white people, it is simply unimaginable, as white people experience a phenomenon known as the privilege of individuality, which means that we are not accustomed to being lumped together and prescribed one defining characteristic. Even if you choose to say that the Raider embodies a positive characteristic such as bravery, it does not justify stereotyping an entire race. Furthermore, I've seen a lot of non-Native people claiming that Native American students have no reason to be offended. I have also seen one particularly eloquent young woman who, as an Indigenous person, has been speaking out in the Radnor for Reform comment section and explaining why it is offensive. She does not stand alone, but even if she did, her voice should be reason enough to make the change. It is absolutely irrelevant how many people want to keep the Raider because of school pride. As soon as one of your students is hurting, that takes priority over any amount of people saying that they value tradition. This is not about intent, as I have no doubt our school district has good intentions, but this is about impact. It is clear the impact of the Radnor Raider on our student body and community at large is devastatingly negative. School pride is a wonderful thing, but it cannot come at the expense of even just one Radnor student's security in his or her own school. Thank you, and I apologize for any of the technical difficulties.
That's okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Miss Margaret Finley Martin.
She was on, but seems to have dropped off.
Okay. Well, we can circle back around to her.
Next then is Miss Audrey Margolis.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, welcome, Ms. Margolis, and you're a student at Radnor High School, correct?
I am.
All right, go ahead and continue. Thank you. Welcome.
All right. Hi, my name is Audrey Margulies, and thank you so much for having me. I'm a rising senior, and I am part of the student group Radnor for Reform. The Native American face on the side of the building that represents Radnor has not been honored in any way. There is no part of the Radnor curriculum that teaches us the name of the face or the tribe he comes from. How ridiculous is it that we learn the name of this logo now in this school board meeting instead of having it part of a curriculum or at least a part of Radnor? There is no honor in degrading centuries of tradition, culture, and struggle into a nameless image to represent a place of learning. Honoring a culture includes education and listening to Native voices, which is absent from Radnor. Radnor for Reform's goal is to bring Native American voices to Radnor to honor them and move past the disrespect we show Native Americans. Nostalgia and tradition is not a valid excuse to defend racism. Nostalgia can still be alive while still moving forward. Nostalgia is not dependent on the current high school imagery. And if you want to talk about Radnor pride, then every Radnor resident should be proud to move forward towards anti-racism and racial awareness. I talk directly to the school board when I say that you are responsible for this racist institution. You are as much responsible for the nameless Native American logo on the side of the building as the person who painted the logo, who authorized the logo, who put up the logo. There is no honor without education, and there is no honor without listening to Native American voices. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Also, we have Miss Martin.
Ms. Finley Martin, welcome. If you would give your address, please.
Hi, my address is 230. Can you see me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. 232 Barclayton Circle in Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania.
Thank you.
I'm a Radnor resident. I grew up in Radnor Township. I'm the oldest of 9 children. My brother played Radnor football under Coach Corner, George Corner, and Coach George Hobson. I chose to raise my children also in Radnor. I have 3 that graduated from Radnor. 2003 was my son, Michael Ryan Finley, my daughter, Maggie Finley in 2005, and my son, Eddie Martin in 2018. The 2 boys played football for Radnor from middle school on. None of us ever looked at this as offensive, ever. We thought the name Radnor Raiders was a great tribute to the American Indians, even my father-in-law is part Cherokee Indian and he was flattered with it. But I just don't seem to understand why people find it offensive. Even the LA Raiders moving to Las Vegas kept their name, the Las Vegas Raiders now. It breaks my heart to see a beautiful tradition come to an end. And, I just am very passionate about Radnor football. I always have been since I watched my brother play Saturdays at the high school during the day. And then my oldest son, 1999 was the first season that they got the lights. That was exciting. And I've been part of Radnor football's meant a lot to me for a lot of different reasons. It's a wonderful place to go on Friday nights, to the away games, the home games, see all your family and friends. And it breaks my heart that they want to get rid of such a beautiful tradition. I don't know what else to say. I don't have exactly what I wrote in front of me. I'm not the smartest tool in the shed when it comes to computers. And I'm sorry, but it just breaks my heart. And all of his friends, both boys, the coaches that have been so wonderful, Coach Thomas Ryan, Coach Rapino, Ralph Rapino, George Hobson, George Corner, all of them. I just think it's the private public school. I love Radnor. I moved away for 6 years and came back home to Radnor and raised my 3 children. And we've been part of the Radnor community since 1965. That's all I really have to say.
Well, thank you, Ms. Finley Martin, for joining us tonight.
Thank you for listening.
Okay, next up we have Mr. Yiannopoulos.
Hello, can you see and, okay.
I can hear you.
Can see
Welcome,
and hear
Mr.
me now?
Yiannopoulos. Yep, if you could just share your address, please.
Yep. Alex Yiannopoulos, 15 Braxton Road. And before I get into the Raider, really quickly, Susan, thank you for, at the beginning, when you talked about why we're doing it the way we're doing it. I know we all have our comments we want to get out, but I think it is important that you consider the staff also and the time that they need to give. So thank you for that. And just because she's on the screen next to me right now, Ms. Kevgas, a digital hug for you. And having listened to the students who went before me, I think obviously it's clear that everybody's still getting a great education in Radnor. So thank you for helping steer our high school through a very tumultuous moment, not because of this, because of COVID, but this is what the longer meeting is apparently going to be about. So thank you, everybody. Okay, so for the Raider, yes, I am a Radnor resident. I graduated from Radnor in 2010. That was my senior year. I spent a lot of that year doing a lot of the planning for the pep rally. My freshman year, I was on the swim team. I got a varsity letter that year, and I also set a Central League record that year. So I definitely, have good memories of Radnor High School and Radnor sports. And there seem to be some people who are suggesting that if you change the mascot, that somehow tarnishes those memories. And I can't speak for other people's memories, but I can certainly say that for me, if you change the mascot, it will not diminish any of those memories one bit. And it also won't represent a surrender to communism or any of the other ridiculous things that I have heard some of people say about it. But I think the way I think about it is, imagine if Radnor just didn't have a mascot at all. We were a new school or something, and we were just looking to adopt a mascot for the first time. Would anybody be suggesting a Red Raider, having the kids put on fake war paint, singing a song that are meant to be war whoops, and doing a fake tomahawk chop? I don't think anybody would really be suggesting that if we were just starting from scratch. I think it's really only because we already have the Raider that for some reason seems like a good idea. I think that even if we personally don't see problems with the Raider, we have to recognize in the internet age that the pictures of the kids doing the tomahawk chops with the war paint doesn't necessarily look good for other people who might see it, whether it's college admissions or future employers. I think it just is problematic. Even if you don't see a problem yourself, I think you should be able to see why it's problematic for other people. We have a Radnor graduate who's a Broadway star right now, who's played Cinderella on Broadway. I think if you think about what would she do if a reporter asked her about the Radnor mascot, would she be defending it? Probably not. I think she would probably say, no, they should have changed it a long time ago. I think it'd be better if we had a mascot that wouldn't prompt that kind of reaction among an alum. I think we should have a mascot that everybody can be proud of. I think there's also just the fact that this keeps coming up, and I think this discussion about the mascot is going to keep coming up until we change it. So I think it makes sense to just fix the problem. I think the upsides of keeping the Raiders seem minimal. They mostly seem to come down to tradition. And I don't hear people defend the Raiders so much as oppose changing it. But I haven't really seemed to gotten a good explanation of why the Raider itself is so great. So, I mean, I just think it's really only our mascot now because it has been our mascot, but just because it was our mascot yesterday and it's our mascot today, I don't think that's a good reason to keep it as our mascot tomorrow. And I think all of those same things.
I just want to bring your attention to the 3 minutes.
Okay. And I think all of that, I think everything I said applies equally to whether you change just the mascot or whether you change the mascot and the name. So I would encourage you to change both.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Miss Roberta Winters.
Got it. Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Winters. We miss you.
Well, I miss you too. Begin by Roberta Winters, 326 Williams Road in Rosemont, and tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters. And I would like to take this time to applaud you for creating the opportunity to allow for public input on whether or not to retain the team name and logos of the Radnor High School. A special meeting to hear competing points of view on this controversial subject is important. Although the issue has been previously raised, the fact that it has emerged once again reflects the same sense that the issue has not yet been totally resolved. Following the 2013 discussion, disappointment was expressed that the mascots had been retired without providing input from the entire Radnor community. This current venue will assure residents that decisions will not be made without careful consideration of a range of comments and concerns raised by the broader public. We believe that it may be impossible for you to resolve the heartfelt differences of opinion in a way that will make all parties happy. However, it is possible to carry out the public discussion in a way that is respectful of all points of view and fair to all those who wish to participate. Your example will hopefully allow the students, administration, alumni, and the broader public to witness their elected officials in thoughtful consideration as to how to best strike a balance between reform and tradition. The importance of civil public discussion of a contentious subject can be underappreciated in today's polarized world. The League of Women Voters of Radnor Township, for whom I speak, believes that such civility is an essential element of good government, and we thank you for your consideration. Again, thank you.
Good night, Dr. Winters. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Winters. Next, we have Kyle Addis.
Welcome, Mr. Addis.
Mr. Addis is in, but does not have a microphone connected.
Okay.
Or it looks like he's joining right now.
All right, great. Thank you, Dr. Hand. There we go. Welcome, Mr. Addis. And if you could just start off with your address, your name and address. Thank you.
Sure. Kyle Addis, 511 Askin Road. So I spent 13 years in the Radnor schools and graduated from Radnor High School in 2018. I was senior class president and co-captain of both the football and lacrosse teams, and now attend Franklin and Marshall College. I was very involved during my years in Radnor schools and have a deep appreciation and passion for our district. I have listened to the criticisms of the use of Native American imagery. I respect that position and agree that some changes may be appropriate. But we should not completely erase our past, but rather embrace it. I have spent many hours researching and educating myself about the history of Radnor schools, the name Raiders, as well as Radnor's logos. During my research, I have learned two important things. First, the name Raider was not created in reference to Native Americans, and the name Raider is not a Native American name. And number two, Radnor schools were home to a truly great and loved man, Emerson Chief Metoxen. Chief, a Native American himself, taught and coached in our district for 22 years. Radnor Middle School still honors two 8th graders who best exemplify sportsmanship and the Radnor spirit with the Emerson Chief Metoxen Award each year. In 1965, the year Metoxen retired, Radnor students introduced the Native American mascot. Metoxen was instrumental in ensuring that the original mascot was an accurate and respectful representation of Native Americans. I agree with the district's decision to stop having a mascot in 2013, and I think it should be very clearly noted that we no longer have a mascot. That was the right thing to do. I also agree that we should not use a Native American facial profile to signify the Raider. However, I do ask the board to keep the name Raiders and to keep the current Radnor logo that includes the R with the feathers that you can see on my shirt here. The name Raiders, as we have seen from tonight's presentation by Mr. Petiti, has no ties to Native Americans and is commonly used across the country. The feathers on our logo honor Metoxen in the spirit of respect and love that the Radnor community felt for him. Rather than erasing the past, I think we can use it to lift people up, strengthen our identity as a school community, and teach the importance of diverse experiences and backgrounds. Let's recognize the reasons why we use the imagery we do and embrace its tradition, history, and value. When students, community members, and opposing teams and schools ask about our name and logos, let's tell our story and share the history that we are so proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Addis.
Next, we have Dr. John Crosby.
Mr. Petiti, is Dr. Crosby there?
Seems like he's been allowed into the meeting here. I don't know if his mic is active.
Okay.
Dr. Hand?
Looks like his mic is active.
Okay.
Come back in.
Oh,
Hey, there we go.
there he is. Welcome, Dr. Crosby. I just want to say, if you could start off with giving your address, but I do want to just make a side comment. Did you ever think that when you rang the bell at the beginning of 2020 year with Dr. DeFlaminis, that we would have such a school year?
I would never have guessed it in a million years.
Well, welcome.
That was a wonderful time for me. But hello, Ken. Good to see you and the board. I do not miss all of these meetings anymore. I have been Radnor proud for 44 years.
Dr. Crosby, if you could just take a moment and give your address. Dr. Crosby is
750,
Great.
lived here 44 years, 750 King of Prussia Road. And 2 children who graduated from Radnor High School, 2 granddaughters who graduated after 13 years. Both have graduated from college and are working. I want to thank you for having this first Zoom meeting. I've never had one like this before, but I actually am here because of the Radnor, the Radnor for Reform. We're interested in what my position might be, so I had a Zoom meeting last Friday with the 3 or 4 of the people that are members of that group, and I was so impressed, as always, with how articulate the students are. I told them that I would be willing to write a letter of recommendation for what my position might be at this time. Back in my day, George Corner was the high school football coach. We had George Hobson, Nichter. We have all of those kinds of people, and I probably attended every home football game in the 12 years I was here. And I don't remember ever seeing a Tommy Hawk chop. I don't remember seeing a person running up and down the sidelines dressed like an Indian. The only thing I can remember is that picture on the wall at the football stadium. But the image and the whole notion of the mascot was never mentioned in the 12 years that I was here. So this is something new to me. But I did prepare a letter, which I would like to read to you, basically to tell you what my position would be today. It may have been a little different 44 years ago. I started in 1976. It was good to see Roberta Winters again. She and I had a few clashes over time, and I guess you miss her too. Let me start real quick. United States history is replete with examples of strong leadership and pathetic leadership. President Andrew Jackson willfully signed the 1830 Indian Removal Act to force 60,000 Native Americans to walk 2,200 miles to Oklahoma Indian Territory. I'm from Texas, and my mother was an Okie, so I know all about that history. But thousands of Indians perished in that walk of cold and hunger and disease on the way there. But then we had President Theodore Roosevelt, who had great opposition. He helped the US citizens recover from the Great Depression. And then we had President Ronald Reagan famously shouted, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." You know, the quality of leaderships makes a difference, and you're in that position. Why is it that we understand Black Lives Matter, but when it comes to racism directed to the American Indians, they're the first people living on this continent. We have to explain why Indian mascots and painting your fist red denigrates those people. Social science research of the American Psychological Association provides empirical evidence that harmful symbols have serious psychological and social cultural consequences for Native American children and youth. Schools are a place of learning, and these images have a negative effect not only on the students of Indian heritage, but also send the wrong message to all the students who have had little or no contact with Indigenous people. And that's really what Radnor High School is. I asked these students, they do not know a single person that has Indian blood in them at the high school at the present time. But we have a responsibility for all of those kids. Strong leadership by this school board to remove harmful stereotypes will show the Radnor community that disrespect of any human being is not acceptable within our boundaries. Radnor schools have been the paragon, the gold standard in education. This calls not only for removing insulting images, but also for educating students that we have a moral obligation to discard symbols of racism, hatred, and division. It should not have to be a question that Native Americans are not mascots. They are full humans who certainly deserve respect and equal treatment. As John Lewis, civil rights leader and congressman who died on July the 17th, wrote in his essay to be read at the funeral of himself, and I quote, "Use your power to make a difference by demanding respect for human dignity." As a teenager, John Lewis heard the voice of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. on an old radio that he had, and I quote, "We are all complicit when we tolerate injustice. It is not enough to say it is better, it'll get better by and by. You must do something, and you must do something now and do what's right. When you see something that is not right, you must say something, you must do something." So I asked the board, show this community that you are a school board that will not continue to perpetuate harmful symbolism disparaging Native Americans. That's my position, and I hope it will be yours. Thank you for your time. Good to see you all. Bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Crosby. And I just want to let the public know, I know that I did let Dr. Crosby speak longer than the 3 minutes. We chatted with him for a few minutes, and honestly, out of deference to his 17 years as a superintendent in our community, and honestly, because I was taught to respect my elders, I afforded Dr. Crosby a few extra minutes, and anyone who has issue with that, they should certainly feel free to critique me and criticize me directly. Thank you, Dr. Crosby.
Thank you,
Good night.
Susan. Good to see you.
You too.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Crosby. Next, we have Leslie Greenfield.
Mr. Petiti, is Ms. Greenfield there?
Oh, hello, are you able to hear
Yep.
me?
Yes.
Oh, hi.
Ms. Greenfield, welcome. If you could please state your address, your name and address, and because I know that you're not a Radnor resident, if you would state your interest in speaking to us tonight. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm Leslie Greenfield, 1119 Ashton Road in Wynwood. I'm the granddaughter of Emerson Metoxen, and I'm presenting our letter to the board on behalf of our family, including his 2 surviving children, Yvonne Metoxen Brockman and Timothy Metoxen. Emerson Metoxen, a teacher and coach at Radnor Junior High School, retired in 1965 after 22 years of service. We are writing to weigh in on the discussion about the name Raiders and the Native American imagery that has accompanied that name for many years. Indeed, we understand that some wish to perpetuate the name and imagery to honor my grandfather, a member of the Oneida Nation of Wisconsin. Our family is writing because we would like to express our deep conviction that using Native American imagery along with the name Raiders perpetuates racial stereotypes and should no longer be used anywhere, but particularly not in an educational setting. The name Raider has negative connotations. Synonyms include pillager, warmonger, and aggressor. In the 21st century, and particularly following the recent protests for racial justice, we all need to understand that associating Raiders with Native Americans in general, or my grandfather in particular, perpetuates a negative stereotype that simply is no longer acceptable. It is well past time for the Radnor School District to stop using caricatures of Native Americans and remove all such images and change the name to something more appropriate and well suited to a school district that serves children and families of many races and cultures. If you retain the name and imagery, you must carefully consider what you are teaching and communicating to the community you serve. Perpetuating stereotypes of any sort, even if you believe the imagery is noble, gives license to those who will perpetuate stereotypes of every sort, including the more obviously hateful ones. Racial stereotypes are offensive, and that's where this discussion should end. Such imagery is too simplistic to represent Native Americans who are ethnically, linguistically, and culturally diverse and include more than 570 federally recognized sovereign nations. Although Emerson Metoxen died in 1989, he remains a revered and much loved member of our family. His legacy is already well represented by the Emerson Chief Metoxen Award, which is presented to the 8th grade Radnor Middle School male or female athlete who best exemplifies the Radnor traditions of sportsmanship, loyalty, and endeavor. Our family feels very strongly that clinging to this offensive stereotype out of a misplaced sense of tradition or in an effort to honor him would do a disservice to his memory and everything he stood for in sports and in education. Respectfully, this is submitted on behalf of myself and Emerson Metoxen's children, Yvonne Metoxen Brockman and Timothy Metoxen, his grandchildren, Eric Brockman, Karen Brockman, Douglas Brockman, Jason Metoxen, Jessica Metoxen, and his great-grandchildren, Jill Greenfield, Jacob Greenfield, David Greenfield, Jason Brockman, Emily Brockman, and Daniel Brockman. Thanks very much for allowing me to submit that letter.
Thank you, Ms. Greenfield.
Thank you. Next, we have Nia Anad.
Hello.
Welcome, Ms. Anad. And you're a student at Radnor High School?
Yes, I am.
Okay, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. So hi, my name is Naya Anand, and I'm a rising junior and a member of the student group Radnor for Reform. I moved to Radnor the summer before 5th grade, and at the time, I had no idea what the mascot even was. It was not until I became a freshman at the high school that I began to interact with the mascot and truly all it stands for. The first time I ever saw the mascot was during band camp that summer. I had never been to a football game before and was honestly shocked and confused upon seeing the native mascot plastered on the wall of my school's football field. Later that week, we learned the chop chant, and I was surprised at how normal it seemed to the other students. I remember whispering under my breath to a friend, "Are we allowed to be doing this?" Receiving a strange look back, I brushed it off despite my discomfort. I now know that dozens of band students felt the same way, but did not speak out because of the culture of ignorance perpetuated by the Radnor community. Seeing my school represented by an openly racist symbol that marginalizes and oppresses a part of our community causes shame to myself and several others who want to feel proud to call themselves Radnor students. Every single member of our community deserves to feel comfortable and respected. And removing this blatantly obvious symbol of racism and insensitivity is only the beginning in our path to necessary change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anad. Mr. Petiti?
Yes, next we have Shuwin Wang.
Welcome, Ms. Wong. If you could please state your name and address, I'd appreciate it. Ms.
Yes, hello. Hi
Yes,
there.
Ms.
Hi.
Wong.
Can you hear me?
Yes, are you a Radnor?
I'm a Radnor resident, address 502 Don Lane. And before my time starts, I'd like to just say that I'm writing this letter on behalf, and I'm speaking on behalf of the 6 founding members of Radnor Rise, a community group in Radnor composed of Radnor parents and other allies who are dedicated to advancing diversity, inclusion, and equity in Radnor Township School District. These members are Rishti Batra, Diana Perez Rogers, Mary Kate Wilhelm, Marisa Tilgman, and Janelle McDonald. I myself am a psychologist, college professor, and mother of 3 children in Radnor schools. Thank you very much. I'd like to read our letter. We write as a concerned group of parents in the Radnor community with children attending Radnor schools in regards to the Radnor Raiders team name and mascot. We enthusiastically support that Radnor Township School District commit to entirely phasing out the Raiders team name and mascot and replacing it with a new team name that our community can actually be fully proud of. This includes a concrete and timely plan for retiring all visual and textual references to the name and mascot in all school communications and materials, as well as in the physical plant of the school itself. We also support that these important discussions about the Raiders should not be forgotten, but should serve as a profound teaching moment in the RTSD curriculum that can help our students understand the reasons why this change was necessary and important for fostering schools and communities that value diversity, inclusion, empathy, and equality. The team name and mascot are the vestiges of a shameful American history in which Native communities have suffered violence and trauma due to colonization and oppression. We know from the existing psychological and sociological research and the well-documented voices of Native communities that the use of names and mascots that mythologize and tokenize Native Americans, while also erasing Native communities and voices in other ways, causes great harm to those folks. Further, we believe that harmful stereotypes and caricatures of any group degrades all of us, regardless of whether we have membership in that group. None of us want our children attending Radnor High School, driving up Raider Road, under signs and scoreboards that hold this caricature in some form, and in an environment where the chop may rear its ugly head. How can we possibly explain to our kids that these images and messages are okay? The answer is simple: we can't. We implore RTSD to listen to the voices of people from Native communities who are the ones directly impacted by team names and mascots, such as Radnor Raider. They are the voices we should all be listening to and amplifying, and it is clear what they are calling for. We implore RTSD to value impact over intention. We've heard the argument that the Raiders name and mascot is meant to be positive or has good intentions behind it. However, its harmful impact trumps any good intentions, and its harmful impact trumps any positive, nostalgic associations that some may have with the Raiders. In closing, there has been a groundswell of support for advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion in RTSD in recent months. If RTSD cannot make this most basic decision to retire a demeaning mascot and team name that is the public face of the school district to other communities, then quite frankly, we're just paying lip service to diversity, inclusion, empathy, and equality. It is well past time that we retire the Raider. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wong.
Okay, next we have Dylan Roche.
Hi.
Welcome, Mr. Roche. And as I believe you're a graduate, if you could please give me your address.
Could I do it privately?
To make public comment, if you're an adult, we ask that you give your name and address.
I sent it in the form.
Yes, our policy for public comment and what we're adhering to for grownups is name and address. Is that so, Mr. Christofko? Mr. Batchelor? I haven't been adhering to that for students tonight. They're minors.
Yes. Yeah. No. It's when the public want to speak, they should give their name and address. You know, students, we haven't been requiring students to give their address, but if it is a resident who's not a current student, they should be given their address.
Okay.
That's correct. That's part of the board policy 006.
It's a
Right.
requirement, it's part of that policy.
My name is Dylan Roche. My address is 384 Morris Road.
Thank you.
So my name is Dylan Roche. I graduated from Radnor High School in June with the class of 2020, and I had a great experience at Radnor, and I'm very grateful for my time there. However, I am embarrassed by the racist stereotypes that Radnor perpetuates through its Raider name and logo. Arguing that the mascot should not be changed because that's the way it's always been is not enough to erase the harmful consequences that it has caused for Native Americans and the racial stereotypes that it enforces among non-Native people. Seeing the amount of people that genuinely think that associating Native Americans with a stereotypical cartoon and violent title honors the Native American community only shows how the mascot truly has influenced us to buy into these inaccurate and offensive stereotypes. Decades of research proves that these mascots cause negative psychological effects for Native American students, and refusing to address this issue and respond accordingly in order to protect a racist tradition is antithetical to Radnor's efforts of diversity, inclusion, and equity. If Radnor's entire sense of community really would be jeopardized by removing ourselves from an offensive misrepresentation of Native Americans, maybe we should re-examine what our values are and what we find valuable within our community. Many people defending the logo and imagery claim that anyone who wants to dissociate from it is merely virtue signaling, meaning that we are only publicly expressing our opinions to create the outward appearance of good character, rather than offering a substantive position that will ultimately benefit the community. But isn't that exactly what Radnor has been doing for the past several decades through the use of their mascot? Representing our school with a caricatured head of a Native person to honor Native American people without actually teaching about their history in our schools and rejecting any critical input from the Native American community is one of the best examples of an empty gesture of respect I could possibly think of. The ability to identify where we have done wrong and learn from our mistakes is not virtue signaling, and is what needs to happen to create a more inclusive and equitable environment in our schools and in our community. How can we expect to move further in becoming allies to the Native American community if we can't even take the first step of separating ourselves from a dehumanizing name and imagery that actively enforces negative stereotypes? There is no way to believe that we are honoring the Native American community with our current name and logo without blatantly ignoring decades of social science and the voices of Native American people, including those in our own community. Please make the choice to promote positive change by removing the Raider name and mascot and offering a more inclusive and in-depth education about Native American history to properly honor Native American culture. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Roche.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Cynthia Maz.
Okay.
Hello.
Welcome, Ms. Moss. Are you a student at Radnor High School, right?
I am.
Okay, great.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Maz, and I'm a rising junior at Radnor High School. I'm a member of the high school's color guard, perform with the band at every football game, and am constantly immersed in the Raider culture. I'm also a member of Radnor for Reform, an organization dedicated to ending harmful cultural stereotypes within the Radnor community. I've been required to dance to the tomahawk chop for the past 2 years. When the Radnorite first published the piece about the tomahawk chop, I did not understand why it could not be removed from the band's song rotation. I soon learned from my friends in band that it wasn't necessarily the decision of the band director, and songs could be required to stay in the rotation. I was appalled. Why would a band whose members and director oppose playing a song be required to continue using it? Why would a school require a song that the community has proven time and time again is damaging? Radnor Middle and High School have both received No Place for Hate designations for many years, and RMS is quickly approaching a full decade with this distinction. But isn't it ironic that a school portraying a stereotyped mascot receives an honor from the Anti-Defamation League? I've attended ADL and No Place for Hate events representing Radnor and have met wonderful people from schools in Philadelphia and the surrounding area. A student handbook I received at one such event states that ADL stands for fighting bigotry in all forms. Is Radnor upholding the mission of No Place for Hate schools by keeping the Radnor Raider? Are they fighting bigotry and for all of their students while the band continues to play the tomahawk chop at football games? The No Place for Hate program is about creating an environment that both reduces bullying and allows for conversations about anti-bias within the school community. Is Radnor promoting anti-bias within their schools while multiple students have demonstrated the damages of stereotype mascots to Indigenous students?
For Radnor to earn the place on the list of schools with a no place for hate designation, the Radnor mascot and the tomahawk chop must be retired. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. Mr. Petiti.
Yes, we have the final comment here, at least for someone who wanted to join us tonight for the Zoom, and that is from Mr. David Wood.
Welcome, Mr. Wood.
You're unmuted.
Yeah, I'm unmuted. Hello.
Welcome, Mr. Wood. If you could state your address.
Okay. Hello, my name's David Wood. I live at 716 South Roberts Road in Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania, 19087. Oh, sorry about that, 19010. I think from the previous speaker that didn't want to give his address, I can certainly understand that, as there has been some pretty hateful speech going around, and I just want the board to be aware of that. And so putting somebody at risk by doing that, I think, and I think you need to be careful. My family has lived in this township and attended Radnor schools for over a century. I'm here tonight to support the retirement of the Raider. In the present, today, we use feathers to represent Native Americans on all Radnor apparel. We have representation of Native Americans hanging above Prevost Field. We have signs that welcome us to Raider Nation. Sports teams have shirts making references to Native Americans in a negative way. We have a street sign that says Raider Road in big letters. We have community members emboldened by the district's acceptance of the Raider, resulting in systemic. We have a school name and imagery that is counter to our mission. You will hear that we have more important things to do. I argue that you cannot address equity and race without removing the Raider first. In the past, the 1960s saw the rise of the term Raider. This doesn't seem to have occurred with any malice or disrespect. Similar to the past use of non-academic to describe our lower level courses, or foreign language to describe world languages in our program of studies, we've changed to make them something different today. Native American imagery, chants, language became a regular part of student life at Radnor. The issue of name and imagery has been reviewed several times. Most recent reviews at the school board level resulted in the retirement of the Raider. I saw the Native American head come down from Prevost Field. The imagery was removed from the gym floor and sports uniforms. Between now and then, this imagery has crept back and the head is back up. Our memories of our school days are preserved regardless of our current school name and mascot. In the future, you're going to vote to end the use of the Raider and all associated imagery. You are going to form a committee of students, teachers, administrators, board members, and community members to choose a new name and mascot. It will with a short timeline so that everybody can move forward. Let's end on the right side of history in Radnor. I ask that you vote to retire the Raider. It is an urgent issue, unlike COVID, much easier to resolve. There's only one real option here. We cannot enter another school year as Raiders. We need to listen to the majority of Native voices saying, please stop hurting us. If we don't, it will define us as a school community. Sometimes the right thing to do is not the popular thing. The community needs to pull together around the selection of a new team mascot and name. We cannot afford the delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Okay, so Mr. Petiti, I believe that's the end of the commenters who wanted to come on to our Zoom reading and read their comments themselves. Is that so?
Yes, that concludes those that wanted to join the meeting, and we have now, if we want to move on to those that have submitted comments that we have to read as a district.
Okay, great. So I'd like to try to be consistent here. And again, it's on me that I've been lax about asking for an address in the last few months. But so if you're reading a comment and it's from an adult, if you would read their address, I'd appreciate it. If they're a current student, if you would just state that they're a current student. And then I did make the decision for the board policy and for a special meeting that we were going to accept comments from non-residents who are Radnor alums, because this is something that obviously Radnor alums feel strongly about. So we're going to proceed in that manner. Oh, Mr. Petiti, you are muted.
Thank you. So how we're going to do this is I'm going to read 10, and then I'm going to turn it over to Allison, who's also with us, to read 10, and we'll go back and forth just to break things up a little bit. Okay. Starting with Thomas Lee, 404 South Roberts Road in Bryn Mawr. A viable option may be to keep the Raiders name, but associate it with a different type of mascot, like the football Oakland/Los Angeles Raiders. Ahoy matey. Next comment from Joel Prussian at 48 Haymarket Lane. When I first came to RHS 10 years ago as a student, I was disappointed to see the obvious racist imagery plastered to the side of the school in the choice of a mascot. It was an ominous omen for the racism, sexism, and anti-Semitism I would see and experience at the school. The Radnor community has a long way to go to eliminate bigotry from the community, but changing the name and image of the mascot is an obvious and easy first step. This should be a unanimous decision. Next from Trent Dillon at, get his address here, excuse me. 772 Woodlea Road. As a predominantly white school district and high school, Radnor exists from a history of genocide and slavery, as well as history of propagating and benefiting from these injustices through exploitative treaties, environmental destruction, convict leasing, Jim Crow laws, redlining, mass incarceration, and other systemic practices. As individuals who result from this history, we have a moral obligation to understand and correct for these injustices that persist through generations. The very least we can do is not hold on to and take pride in archaic and racist symbolism, such as the Raider name and logo. Even just seeing that there is a debate surrounding the removal of this symbolism, which should be straightforward and have taken place decades ago, communicates an extreme lack of knowledge of and appreciation for history, and reflects dismally on the school and entire township. Those who are advocating for the continuation of the logo and name should reflect upon the white supremacy they are projecting to their township and those who call Radnor home, and strive to become more open-minded and adaptable in the face of new information. I hope you're able to rise to the call and help Radnor take the very first and most basic step of addressing historical injustices against Indigenous Americans by removing the racist symbolism of Radnor's athletic department. Both the name and Raider logo should simply be reinvented. From C. Virginia O'Hare, 900 Academy Lane. We need to remove any offensive references and cultural appropriations, e.g. feathers, tomahawk, from the Radnor mascot. It's 2020 and a year for profound introspection and rebuilding. If people insist on retaining the name Raider, then perhaps a knight or similar image could be used. However, I challenge us as a community to do better and use this opportunity to create a new name that symbolizes our commitment to embracing and encouraging diversity in our community. From Megan Johnson, 219 Pembroke Avenue. I understand that there are individuals who would like to see the mascot discussion as a priority for this moment in time and view this as an opportunity. However, I feel that efforts need to be focused on getting our students back to school. The mental health detriments that will be associated with not returning to a productive, structured school schedule will be incredibly far-reaching and will likely not fully understand the damage that has been done during the past 5 months for quite some time. My children, and for that matter most students in the district, desperately want and need to be in school as much as possible. I feel that the discussion surrounding our mascot is not the most pressing issue. And while I can appreciate the opinions of the students who have started this movement, I do not feel that the district should be prioritizing its time to address this now. In Radnor, we pay a lot of taxes to provide our children with the best education possible. And I feel that the board and administration need to keep that in mind. If the district feels that they must address it, keep it simple. Don't change the name, just change the mascot. i.e. Las Vegas Raiders has a mascot that shouldn't offend anyone. Please stay focused on the pressing issue of getting our kids back to school as much as possible and for as long as possible. Next from Emma Nicosia, 334 Strathmore Road in Bryn Mawr. I fully support changing Radnor's mascot to something that does not include any cultural references or racist stereotypes. As more and more teams and schools make this long needed change, Radnor must do the right thing and follow suit. Nothing will make me a prouder alumni than making this change. From Nora Kaplan, 3 Shannon Circle in Bryn Mawr. As a district that prides itself on being open, welcoming, forward-thinking, and a no place for hate zone, it is outrageous that such an offensive symbol of stereotyping and cruelty be placed at the center of our community. We are spreading symbols of aggression, hate, prejudice, and inequality when our mascot is an offensive depiction of a minority. It is ridiculous that we are still calling ourselves the Raiders. The level of hypocrisy our school board is enforcing is bewildering. There is no valid reason for keeping our logo the same as it has been. Times change. And with it goes the error in which it was acceptable to highlight this offensive symbol. Why do we have to be so stuck in a time of aggression and hatred? Shouldn't we evolve with the times and allow ourselves to be more welcome and forward-thinking? From Sarah Carroll, 22 Aldwyn Lane in Villanova. As the mother of an RHS rising junior who plays a sport every season, I'm writing to support the removal of all cultural references from Radnor's teams. Years of research from social scientists and psychologists makes it clear that having one's culture used as a mascot is not an honor. Radnor's Native American imagery and the Raider name undermine our district's educational mission and its stated core values. The fact that it has been a tradition for decades does not make it acceptable for high school athletes and fans to rally around a team name and images that stereotype people. Radnor students are part of a wonderful, vibrant 21st century community, and they deserve better than an 18th century mascot. Thank you for addressing this issue, and thank you for your dedicated service. From Emma Ryan, 113 Ashwood Road. I think we need to assure that this is what the Native Americans in our school want. From the Radnor for Reform Instagram page, we do not see any definitive evidence that Native Radnor students are offended. I think the Radnor for Reform page is creating a divide in our school and should go about this issue in a more civil way. I suggest we directly reach out to Native Americans in our school through a survey to get some actual Native American representation.
Our next comment comes from Sarah Jane Harrington, 757 Newtown Road in Villanova. I am a 2013 alumni and was captain of the cheerleading team my junior and senior years at Radnor. It was not until I went to college to cheer for a D1 school with an animal mascot that I really came to terms with Radnor's racist mascot name and iconography. I'm ashamed to think of all the times I led fans to perform a tomahawk chop and did not question the insidious implications of the term Raider, all while under a head of a stereotyped Native American man. I urged the school board to remove the imagery and change the mascot to something that aligns with our community values of inclusion. I will always be a supporter of our student athletes, especially the cheerleading team, and I believe that students should be able to cheer for our teams without the shame of knowing their name is offensive. John McQuaid, 753 Homestead Drive, Elverson, PA. There is no need to drop the Raider nickname for the high school's athletic teams. The Red Raider mascot, from what I understand, rightly was removed in 2013. Retaining the decades-long tradition of the Raider name makes sense, but expunging any direct or indirect connection of the nickname related to Native Americans is imperative. Retaining the Raider nickname, but adding a new mascot, if one is required, is a logical step. Recently, in social media forums, I have suggested the new mascot be a griffin, or Griffin, Gryphon, which is associated with Welsh lore. The Welsh influence on the main line with locales in Bryn Mawr and Ballackinwood to name two is self-evident. Moreover, just across Lancaster Avenue from the high school, images of griffins appear on the walls of the Blue Route interchange. Retaining the Raider name, but adopting a new mascot perhaps, a griffin from mythology would be an appropriate start of a new tradition. Go Radnor, go Raiders, John McQuaid, class of 1965. Ginny McGuire, 5 Longwood Drive, Wayne. Dear school board members, our family, which consists of 7 graduates, as well as 14 nieces and nephews that have recently graduated from Radnor High School, would like to go on record stating our opposition to changing the name of the school mascot. We thought it would be easier to send 1 email instead of 21. Thank you for your time and dedication to our students. James Madden, 629 South Devon Avenue. I don't know why the RHS mascot has not been changed in recent years, but I imagine the arguments heard then are the same as the arguments I hear now. There are more important things to worry about. We don't have the resources. The budget is too tight, maybe in a couple years. As far as I can tell, the board has been inching along with half measures ever since this issue first gained some prominent traction over a decade ago. I understand the sentiment behind those arguments. Right now, you and board members before you are trying to be pragmatic. The squeaky wheel gets the grease, and that big logo on the side of the high school doesn't seem to be slipping. So that's tomorrow's problem. But please understand that every year that this issue is backburned in pursuit of pragmatism is another year where ignorance, prejudice, and lazy racism are cemented in Radnor's traditions. I obviously cannot know what legal, financial, and bureaucratic hoops need to be jumped through in order to make this change. I'm sure it's easy to look at all the work that must be done to make this happen and feel like it's pointless. It's easy to imagine the backlash you will get at every angle, from dinner parties to email inboxes, and kick it down the road. It's so easy to think, I really want to die on this hill. If you have this feeling and sense yourself flirting with the comforts of pragmatism, please keep this in mind. The biggest community focal point in your town has a giant Native American head on the side of it, and the school's mascot is a synonym for thief. It's obvious how wrong that is. You know how wrong that is. Please don't stay complicit. Apart from the side of the building, I know the football helmets still use the feather, and they are probably remnants of the Native American iconography elsewhere in the school's imagery, apparel, interior decoration, all leftovers from previous attempts to appease this issue once enough people got annoyingly loud. All of it has to go. Stop putting Band-Aids on our town's history of ignorance. Fix it everywhere. At the very least, pay someone $100 on Upwork to design a pirate logo instead of a Native American one. At least that would look cool on a mug. Sandy Roan, 2218 Bryn Mawr Avenue, Ardmore, PA. My mother, uncle, and I are all Radnor graduates. I graduated in 1963. My mother taught at Rosemont Elementary. Please keep Radnor Raiders as the name for Radnor High. The mascot can go. I never remember having a mascot, but Radnor will always be the Radnor Raiders. Sally Schultz, 246 Barclayton Circle, Rosemont. Native American mascots reduce a rich and varied people to a single caricature. Often, as in the case with Radnor, they focus on violent imagery so that the colonizers could portray the oppressed as something that needs to be controlled. They are offensive, and Radnor deserves better. Vote to retire the Raider name and create a new mascot. Robert A.M. Ross, 522 West Coulter Street. I have no attachment whatsoever to Raiders. Just because something has been in place for a long time does not justify permanent existence without a solid reason. My choice would be to change the name and imagery to that of the township. Griffins, spelled in the manner written here, Gryphons. Amanda Zajac, 137 Wooded Lane, Villanova. The use of American Indian mascots as symbols in schools and university athletic programs is particularly troubling because schools are places of learning. These mascots are teaching stereotypical, misleading, and too often insulting images of American Indians. These negative lessons are not just affecting American Indian students, they are sending the wrong message to all students. And that was a quote from former American Psychological Association President Ronald F. Levant. Carrie Goen, 369 Strathmore Drive. Hello, I am brand new to Radnor, just having moved from Jersey City this summer. I am unbelievably excited for my twin 6-year-olds to attend RES this year, since the school system was our #1 reason for uprooting our lives and moving to a new state. My children went to kindergarten with the JC Board of Ed, and their experience was wonderful, diverse, well-rounded, and they have friends of all backgrounds. Their elementary school was in the top percentages for diversity, and they are better for it. The only aspect that has tainted my Radnor introduction so far is the optics that the school district has insisted on keeping not only the Raiders name, maybe okay on its own, but the Native American symbolism as well. A board of individuals with such stellar educations and backgrounds as yourself must inherently understand how harmful this is to members of the community and also the reputation of respect and cultural sensitivity. I myself was unsure of how to address this as a new mom in the community, but it's too important for my children to see that their new school will continue to be as welcoming and celebratory of all children as their last one. Thank you for listening. I am thankful for your attention. Michael Karp, University City Housing Company, 262 Lancaster Avenue, Rosemont. As one of the largest taxpayers in Radnor Township, I view with dismay that my tax payments are contributing to promoting and perpetuating the Raider mascot in the Radnor schools. Candidly, it has always seemed to me that symbols of this nature were demeaning to fellow Americans whose well-being was fortunately compromised by the actions of our country. I regret that I have not previously spoken out on this offensive behavior. At this point in our history, I think it is well past the time to act and change the mascot.
From Tom Ellis, 908 Lewis Lane in Bryn Mawr. I support the retention of the Raider as Radnor's mascot. A mascot is an animal, person, or thing adopted by a group as its representative symbol and is supposed to bring good luck. A Raider is seen as a fierce warrior, a perfect symbol for athletic teams. Many teams have Native Americans as mascots: Chiefs, Braves, Indians, Seminoles, which incidentally was approved by the Seminole Nation prior to the Florida State University adopting it as its mascot, etc. While well-intentioned to have a Native American as its mascot, the Washington football team erred in using a slanderous nickname, Redskins, as its named mascot. It is the nickname and not the mascot itself that is misguided. I ask, are Native Americans offended by the Radnor Raider? Local Native American and ex-Radnor teacher Chief Metoxen and family approve of the Raider. I do not believe it to be politically incorrect to have a Native American and image as a school mascot, nor do I believe the word Raider, which harkens to the fierce warrior symbolism, to be culturally insensitive. I think Native Americans have the firmest standing to be personally offended, and those local members approve of the mascot. Class of 1970. Justin Norian, 678 South Bryn Mawr Avenue. My name is Justin Norian, and I'm a rising junior at Radnor High School. I have very strong feelings about the Radnor Raider. I feel I cannot fully embrace my sense of school spirit because of our racist mascot. Therefore, I have joined the Radnor for Reform movement. Our white critics often argue that the Radnor mascot honors Native American culture. However, white people do not have the right to say whether or not something offends a marginalized racial minority. If our critics had true respect for Native Americans, they will listen to Native Americans and realize that reducing their rich cultures to a mascot is offensive and dehumanizing. Monica Nicosia, 334 Strathmore Drive. I'm the parent of 2 Radnor High School alumni and a taxpayer in the Radnor School District. I fully support the student-led Radnor for Reform movement to eliminate the Raiders title and Native American mascot imagery, which disgracefully still adorns the high school building, and to drop the chop at school events. These are denigrating, racist caricatures that disrespect Native Americans and makes a mockery of the horrors inflicted on them ever since Europeans first stepped on our continent. If Land O'Lakes, Aunt Jemima, and Washington's NFL team, the ex-Redskins, can change their racist logos, so can and must RHS. Let's stop pretending that the stereotypical cartoonish warrior figure somehow honors Native Americans. It doesn't. And the word Raider is nothing for anyone to cherish unless you are interested in supporting old-fashioned macho posturing. Raiders are not people to be admired. What kind of message does it send to associate our high school with a nickname that means a person who attacks an enemy in the enemy's territory, or a person who attacks business premises in order to steal? Is RHS trying to encourage piracy and hostile corporate takeovers? I hope not. The Radnor for Reform group has done the legwork for the Radnor Township School Board. Now it's time for you to use the thoughtful recommendations and start the process of finding non-racist imagery and words that show Radnor pride. This will be an ambitious educational endeavor that will spark creativity and strengthen our community. Thank you. Gregory Davis, 22 Alwyn Lane in Villanova. While I can appreciate that for some, especially alums, a change in the Raider name or iconography still will feel like a loss, we need to move toward inclusion. The calls for change, many coming from current students, are going to fade away. If we do nothing, every year a new class of students will be introduced to the name and symbols that serve as our mascot. And it's not a stretch to imagine that calls for change will only grow louder. Right now, the board is faced with a decision: either lead on this issue and create a process that allows current students to work together to create a mascot of which they can all be proud, or opt to hold out in the name of nostalgia, clinging to symbols that are laughably antiquated at best, deeply hurtful at worst. From Anu Raman, 143 Montrose Avenue. To keep this brief, I would like to share my support for and agreement with the students who are stating "not my mascot." I feel encouraged when I see signs in the community with this message. I think it's time to give this symbol some serious consideration and reflection, particularly around the concept of representation. I applaud the students who have written thought-provoking pieces on this topic in the local news and elsewhere and have affirmed my stance. To those in the community who are opposed to this change, what exactly are you opposing? please take some time to reflect on what specifically upsets you and distill it down. For example, do you feel that society as a whole is becoming, quote, too PC, and this is the last straw for you? Do you feel that the image is harmless, meaningless, and therefore not worth changing? Or is it something else? I believe that if you take the time to do this, with the intent of truly exploring the source of your discomfort further, you may start to realize that your viewpoint on this issue is not entirely reflective of your values. From Thomas Barnhart, 419 Cornerstone Lane. Hello, school board. My name is Thomas Barnhart, and I'm an upcoming senior at Radnor High School. On July 3rd, it was announced the NFL franchise, the Washington Redskins, will be completely redesigning with a new name, logo, and a mascot after years of backlash and criticism. Although the new name and image haven't been announced yet, the team now operates under the temporary name, the Washington Football Team, showing that the franchise recognized racism in their brand and wanted to completely resign it. If a national team can concede underlying racism in their brand and change, then it's definitely possible for a small school like Radnor to follow suit and accept that our school identity is racist and must be changed. From Jennifer Zajac, 137 Wooded Lane. I'm writing in support of changing the Radnor High School logo and Raiders brand. As a parent and member of the community, I ask that we reimagine a completely new brand for Radnor. We are an innovative community. I know we can do better and continue to strive for excellence in all we do. If you had a blank page in front of you today to create any mascot, what would you choose to represent Radnor? This is an opportunity. I thank the school board for evaluating and taking careful consideration in this matter. From Margot Flanagan, 213 South Aberdeen Avenue in Wayne. Hi, I'm Margot Flanagan, and as a rising senior, I have represented the Radnor Raiders for 3 years now. I'm a volleyball player as well as an active supporter of Radnor's athletics, and to say that I've never felt uncomfortable representing my school would be a lie. During both home and away games, I have heard jeers about our mascot and subsequently the character of our players. Whether on or off the court or cheering the bleachers of a football game, being a student at Radnor means being labeled as a racist and bigot for something that was out of our control. Aside from this, it's also important to recognize the lack of unity within the community. With about 9 variations of the letter R on jerseys, signs, and bumper stickers, supporters of Radnor activities don't have a solid figure to root for. In rebranding the Radnor Raiders, we will not only gain a new way to cheer for our teams and community, but also a chance to turn a new leaf. So now we are faced with a choice. We have the opportunity to be on the right side of history. We have the opportunity to take steps toward reconciliation. We have the opportunity to be empathetic and unify community. I sincerely hope we take this opportunity to be better.
Mr. Petiti? Well,
Maybe it's Gangle's turn.
it might be Miss Gangel's turn.
Yeah, I think he's just waiting for Allison to connect.
I can take over. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right, Allison. Go ahead.
All right, next up we have Ina Shea, 319 Madison Road. As the mother of 3 now grown graduates of RTSD, I believe it's well past time to change the name and logo of Radnor school teams. I have Native American ancestry myself, although not raised in the culture, and I think that the feelings of Indigenous people on these matters is well known at this point. It doesn't matter if you're from a different ethnicity and you don't find it offensive after you've been told by the impacted group they find it offensive. Denying expressed feelings is in itself another instance of insult to Native Americans. Time for a change. If you want to link with the past, consider instead the Radnor Griffins, which is on the town seal. Vivian Lee, formerly Chan, 153 Eaton Drive, Wayne. Hello, my name is Vivian Chan Lee, RHS class of 2011, and I am in support of changing the RHS mascot, which is a harmful stereotype of Native Americans. A mascot of the school should be an image our school can rally behind in sporting events and rallies. But the word Raider, along with the old cartoon image of a Native American, was very confusing because what exactly did Native Americans raid? In Watershed in 7th grade, I was taught that this land originally was home to Lenape tribe, and we are all immigrants. For everyone who wants to keep the Raider name, at the very least, we should have a discussion with representatives from the Lenape Coalition of Pennsylvania to get their opinion on this matter. I am thankful and proud to be a Radnor alumna, but I'm highly uncomfortable saying we are the Radnor Raiders. There are plenty of options for better mascots, and the time to change is now. Sophie Wallace, 860 Briarwood Road. Hi, my name is Sophie Wallace and I am entering my senior year. I have been a cheerleader at Radnor for the past 4 years. I can say that I personally feel very uncomfortable cheering for a mascot that offends people in our community. Radnor Cheerleading has decided to remain neutral on this issue, but as a member of the Radnor community, I feel the need to speak out. While I do not speak for the team, I have personally had multiple experiences where students from other schools have asked how I feel cheering for a mascot that displays hurtful imagery. Specifically, while attending a mandatory cheerleading camp last year, I was approached multiple times by students about the meaning of our mascot. I was embarrassed to be representing a symbol that negatively affected so many people around me. Cheerleading is a sport that I am passionate about. However, the controversy surrounding the Raider was enough for me to consider whether or not I should pursue cheer my senior year. Cheerleading is centered around positivity and encouragement. So why are we promoting a mascot that has such a negative effect on our community? We are now faced with a choice. How can we as a community grow? The name of our mascot will always be a debate on whether it's harmful or not, but as a school, we should not be debating over something so simple. It's not necessarily the term Raiders that most people take offense with, it's the negative imagery that is displayed with it. At the very least, I think it is possible for us to still be the Radnor Raiders. However, nothing in the school should display appropriation of the Native American culture. In this uncertain time, we should be coming together as a community, not bringing each other down. Alex Davis, 22 Aldwin Lane, Villanova. I would like to thank the board for considering changing the mascot at such a chaotic time. I hope that today you opt not to defer the inevitable. The Raider mascot is offensive to the people it claims to honor and an embarrassment to the township that created it. Should you vote to keep the Raider, incoming high schoolers will not care that you had a discussion back in 2020, and the demands for a new mascot will only grow louder. There is no future to hold out for what disrespectful imagery will once again become fashionable. We've already waited long enough, and as our country grows better at picking out symbols of racism, a lone township standing in heroic defiance of racial justice will become nothing but a shameful relic of the past. Chip Graham, 506 West Beech Tree Lane, Wayne. As a white American, I do not feel it is my right to decide whether the Raider name is offensive to Native Americans. I can see how someone would feel the tomahawk chop is offensive, but I believe Radnor has taken steps to remove that. I'm not sure if it will ever be eradicated from the student body at sporting events with or without a name change. Since I was not there when the Raider name came out, I cannot comment on if the name was created in order to be offensive. I would like to think it was not. If we erase all of the Native American names, how does that recognize them? Cancel culture has gone too far. History should not be erased just because someone is offended without the proper education on the topic. Let's be educated about this and hear from the Native American people. The student body should also hear this. If Native Americans find the Raider name offensive, then we should all understand where they are coming from and accept the change. Pat Corcoran, 198 Sentinel Place, Southeast Marietta, Georgia. 1978 graduate. I believe all grads are tired of the PC commentary in today's climate. In the interest of the sensitivity some may have, I vote to keep the proud Raider name, change the mascot, the indigenous version, a version of the Oakland Raiders mascot as example, push the easy button to satisfy the majority. Sophie Geegan, 15 Forest Road, Wayne. Both the mascot and the Raider name are deeply offensive to Native Americans. Most mascots are animals, which encourages the untrue belief that a mascot, the Native American race, is somehow animal-like. The other human mascots, Minutemen, etc., are either white or non-race specific, so they don't excuse using Native Americans as a mascot. Some Native students are not offended by it, but I have interacted via Radnor for Reform with Native American students who do take offense. You can't claim that the mascot honors Native Americans when it stereotypes them, when they've suffered genocides, and when they are oppressed to this day. If you really want to honor them, hire more Native American teachers and represent the race better in history and English classes. Preston Tyrell, 21 Oakford Road. The Radnor School District is looking for input in the possible name change for the school's mascot. I have been able to find several historical photos that shows the school using the name Raider without any Native American imagery. Clearly, there was a point in time when the schools used Raider without anything connected to it. Also, there was time when the school was very closely connected to and used Native Americans who historically lived here before us. One can presume that the use of Native Americans was to pay homage to our local history. Unfortunately, with the current situation, I am unable to visit the school or local library to review old yearbooks and other historical items to get a true timeline of events. There are many schools and teams that use the word raider, a person who attacks an enemy in the enemy's territory, a marauder. The term raider is no more connected to Native Americans than it is to the colors red or green. I would urge the school board to table this topic until we find out what the new normal is and have time to review this matter in full. The health and well-being of the students and staff far outweigh what the sports teams may be called, especially if we are not having any sporting events. Finally, maybe being called the corporate raiders may be more fitting to our location. Robin Dugan, 2814 Foster Avenue, Trooper. As a third generation Radnorite, grandmother 1920, father 1941, mother 1948, and me and my sister 1975 and 1976, this erasing of our culture truly breaks my heart. Chief Metoxa must be rolling over in his grave that this issue would even arise, and for which the actions would be disrespectful and a dishonor to him and his fellow Native Americans. The name and logo were created to honor and respect him and all Native Americans. I have never ever heard of any complaints from local Native Americans that I'm aware of. Why do we have to erase our proud culture to those who have not lived in Radnor long enough to know and understand the history of Radnor? It is very sad, and I implore the board to keep our history and traditions rather than erasing our community and culture and pandering to a few noisy residents. Thank you. Amy Lee Russell, 334 Strathmore Drive, Bryn Mawr. Hello, my name is Amy Lee Russell, and I am a Radnor High School graduate, class of 2013. I am writing to you to ask you to change the terribly racist and insensitive mascot of the Radnor Raider. I never sat quite right with me that the seemingly progressive and inclusive community at RHS perpetuated the offensive stereotype of Indigenous people and their culture and heritage. Many Indigenous peoples have shared how personally offensive and inappropriate the continual use of their ancestors as a mascot is, and it is high time Radnor High School listen and make that change. A statement by the American Psychological Association, President Ronald F. Levin, ED, said, "The use of American Indian mascots as symbols in schools and university athletic programs is particularly troubling because schools are places of learning. These mascots are teaching stereotypical, misleading, and too often insulting images of American Indians. These negative lessons are not just affecting American Indian students. They are sending the wrong message to all students. With that statement in mind, it is unacceptable for Radnor High School to continue the use of the word Raider as a mascot. I assume you do not want to hurt students, even unintentionally, but certainly not inconsequentially by continuing and perpetuating harmful stereotypes by continuing to use the mascot. I believed for many years, and want to continue believing, that Radnor High School is and can become a more inclusive and diverse community, welcoming to all, and ending the use of the Raider as the mascot is one step in that direction. It is not too late to recognize past mistakes. I know it is uncomfortable to recognize fault and admit mistakes, but we are all humans and we make mistakes. The best way forward in my mind is to recognize mistakes and learn from them. I want to be a proud graduate of RHS, but I cannot support the RHS community wholeheartedly knowing the mascot will continue to be used. During my time at RHS, I was part of the marching band and played at each football game. I was offended by the chant sang at each and every game. I refused to chant it as I got older, but it was so disappointing to see fellow classmates sing it at each game. I understand the desire to cheer on the football team and enhance school spirit, but there must be another way to support the players and not perpetuate racist and offensive stereotypes of a diverse community. Thank you for taking the time to read and consider these thoughts. Christopher Kilby, 246 Barclayton Circle. Two of my children graduated from RHS in recent years. Both were bothered by the use of a Native American caricature as a school mascot and the tomahawk chop fight song. Unless the board can present evidence that most Native Americans approve of this practice, I do not see how self-respecting and other respecting Radnor students, alumni, teachers, staff, and administrators can continue with this. Recurring themes taught to my children since their early days at REF were respect and community. How is using a caricature of a Native American consistent with this? Will Northington, 370 Belrose Lane, Radnor. To the RTSD School Board. I am a Radnor graduate from the class of 2016. I appreciate the education I received in the Radnor school system, having had the privilege to attend Radnor schools from the entirety of my K-12 career. The best time to address and amend the Radnor Athletics name and mascot has long since passed. The second best time, however, is today. The Raider image is long overdue for rebranding. RTSD has acknowledged the hurtful use of Indigenous America imagery multiple times in recent years, yet has neglected to thoroughly act on its words. In my time at RHS, I recall attending a seminar where a specialist talked about the right way to reimagine the Raider name, offering ideas for new mascots. I was impressed with the thoughtfulness of the discussion and eager to see positive change on campus. Yet 4 years after my graduation, nothing has changed. If Radnor is the safe and respectful place it claims to be, a place I know it can be, then it is imperative the Raider name be retired. Thank you.
From Heather Gill, 143 Ivan Avenue in St. David's. Our first priority is to determine how Radnor Township School District will open in the fall. Time should be spent finalizing a plan for both virtual and safe in-person school attendance. Time spent discussing the mascot is something that could be addressed in the future once the school reopening has been determined. I do not understand why the name Raider is offensive and should be replaced. I will be watching the meeting to try and understand. I value our history and hate to see it change because some, not all, find the word Raider offensive. Ben Hart, 320 Meadowbrook Circle. I'm a rising junior this year and would like to share my thoughts about the situation regarding the name Raider that we have found ourselves in. As a member of the Radnor football team, my brothers and I fight every Friday night for the pride, history, and regard that the name Raiders holds. The name Raider is not meant to symbolize the derogatory ideas of Native Americans. Instead, the name on the chest represents Radnor's tradition of excellence on and off the field and allows for a rite of passage for students to be associated with our community's achievements by supporting and improving the will of the culture Radnor has worked to create. I think it is quite obvious that the Radnor community is not cheering for racism and belittlement of Native Americans, but for the brotherhood and sisterhood the name creates among our Radnor student body and community. For example, when I step onto the field with my teammates as a Raider, I know that each and every one of them has my back and will compete to the last second possible to represent the selfless, hardworking, and overachieving culture that Radnor represents and has embodied for centuries. Taking down the Native American head is understandable, and banning the tomahawk chop is as well, even though the band is the only member of the community that initiated this celebration. But the notion to get rid of the Raider name seems flawed. The petition made by a Radnor alumni member to keep the name was signed by 510 plus members of the community and previous alumni, which shows me that there is more to the Raider name than the claim that the Radnor openly supports racism, and the name Raider is what perpetuates it. It is evident that a vast piece of the community holds the Raider name to be to different values and in higher regard than its opposition does. The meaning behind our alma mater seems to have been distorted to fit a specific narrative of the proposed injustice in our school. Thank you for all the hard work the board has done from discussing this issue to reopening our schools. Chloe Hannum, 316 Orchard Way, Wayne. Hello, my name is Chloe Hannum. I have lived in the Radnor area since preschool and I am a rising senior. I believe there is a massive amount of work to be done to fix the lack of racial equality in our school and community, including current day events we learn in school, what subjects of history we are taught, and how we are taught to view them. It also seems because we attend a public school, there is this unwritten rule that we aren't supposed to talk about controversial events at school, whether about racial injustice, politics, women's rights, or any subject that could spark arguments and personal options. It feels as though we are only allowed to whisper it. It's just the atmosphere we are in that causes us to be blocked from discussing current events. We have a lot of work to do in changing how our voices are heard. That being said, when it comes to the mascot, I recently read a comment from a Native American student at Radnor that no one has reached out to the student equity group and that the students leading the mascot pages are not friends with nor reaching out to students who are Native American. While I have my own opinions on the matter, the students who are most affected by the mascot should have the strongest voice. I appreciate the articles from surrounding tribe members, but we need to do more amongst our Native American students instead of the voices of a majority of white students. Ellen Marquise, 209 Country Gate Road in Wayne. As a Radnor graduate, class of 79, I don't want my alma mater to continue to offend people and represent racism. It's time to retire the Raider. Perhaps Radnor Rocks will better represent one of the greatest high schools in the country. Thanks for listening. Molly Gallagher, 341 Yorkshire Road. As a 2020 graduate, I strongly agree that the Raider name is part of our identity as a school and community, and there is no reason to get rid of it. Go Raiders. From Marissa Demetis, 206 Poplar Avenue in Wayne. I do not think the Radnor Raider mascot should be removed. As a 9th grade student at Radnor, I educated myself on this topic. The Native American mascot was chosen to honor Chief Metoxen, a proud Native American and a well-respected member of the Radnor community. In the mid-1930s, Radnor adopted the name Raiders with no connections to the mascot. It wasn't until the 1960s that the mascot was voted on by the student body. I believe as Radnor students, we should proceed to honor our mascot in the history it continues to hold. From Megan Subak, 326 St. David's Road, Wayne. I see the mascots that walk every time I walk onto the turf for gym class or at a football game, or when I drive by and spot it from my car. It makes me feel pretty ashamed that it's not something that our school puts out into the world, even when people have shown they take offense to it. However, the mascot is not what makes Radnor sports or what defines the nature of athletics. Radnor has an amazing athletic community, and it's not defined by a mere mascot. Rightfully changing the mascot because it's something that people take offense to is not going to change Radnor's athletics. The action is just acknowledging people's feelings at a piece of imagery that is offensive to their culture. While I understand that change can be unnerving and hard to accept, this change is the right one, and it's a necessary step that Radnor should take if they want to continue to practice values of inclusivity and acceptance. Dan Griffin, 25 Aldwyn Lane, Villanova. While I don't want to make these school board sleepovers any longer than necessary, I do want to express my gratitude for the ongoing work of the Radnor School Board. Managing policies and budgets is challenging and thankless enough, and leading through global pandemics and turbulent social shifts was not part of the job description. But no one has resigned, retired, or refused to take up the new challenges. We are grateful for your dedication. A great deal of effort has gone into determining the most appropriate way to reopen our schools in the fall. Much of that effort has been expended in assessing where we are as a community and weighing the risks and benefits of our decisions across our community as a whole. I hope the Radnor Schools community can apply that same inclusive consideration to tonight's agenda. Where we are as a community is very different than where we were in 1893 when the school was founded and the mascot likely chosen, and different from 2013 when the decision was made that the mascot was inappropriate and should be retired. Today, the mascot is still inappropriate, and the decision to discontinue the use of its associated name and imagery is a matter of recognizing today's reality. Many comments posted recently and made tonight have been about protecting Radnor High School's traditions and history. These have their place, but the school board was elected to ensure the school's progress and future. Nostalgia doesn't make one prepared or competitive in a changing world. Our challenge is to prepare our children for what comes next. Change, growth, and progress are not predictable, but they are inevitable. Across our country, schools, universities, clubs, and sports franchises are reevaluating the names and images that represent them. Histories and personal preferences are giving way to pragmatic assessments of contemporary realities. The Washington Redskins did not retire their name after deciding to take the moral high road. They recognized that in a changing market, it was in the organization's best interest to do so. Times change, time moves forward, not backward, nor does it stand still. The 50s aren't coming back, Confederate flags aren't coming back, and the use of cultural stereotypes in marketing and advertising is being left behind. The Radnor School District recognized the Red Raider was inappropriate in 2013. Every year since, the argument that the associated name and logo remain appropriate or even somehow honor Native Americans grows more untenable. No one is asking for the Red Raider to come back, and for good reason. It is unlikely the stereotypes associated with the related name and logo will somehow become less offensive in years to come. It is unlikely future Radnor students that are taught that increasing cultural awareness is a pillar of diversity, equity, inclusion will be more accepting of racial caricatures. It is time to move on and retire the Raider. Thank you. Edward Martin, 232 Barclayton Circle, Bryn Mawr. I'm in favor of keeping the Raiders name and mascot due to the importance of honoring an individual who meant so much to the Radnor community. Amy Gallagher, 341 Yorkshire Road, Bryn Mawr. Please consider saving the Radnor Raiders mascot, as it is a symbol of pride and respect for those who came before us.
Kate Hart, 520 Meadowbrook Circle. I am writing to you as a parent of 3 students. One of the things we cherish most about Radnor is that it is a district founded on tradition and a sense of community. These traits are what separates Radnor from other districts as we celebrate milestones at all our schools, such as the Walk to Wayne, Camp Canadensis, the trip to Sandy Hill, and the nation's longest running football rivalry, the Radnor versus Lower Merion game. These are memories our students cherish as part of their Radnor experience. Another one of these traditions is being a Raider. When defining what it means to be a Raider at Radnor, one must first look at the definition of a Raider. According to Merriam-Webster, the word Raider was first used in 1861 to describe a soldier that is specially trained, or a fast, lightly armed ship. This term was not used to describe any particular ethnic group. The term Raider was not used at Radnor until the 1960s when it was adopted to honor Emerson Metoxen, a Native American and a revered Radnor coach that served our district for 22 years. Upon his retirement, an award was given annually to the student that exemplified the most spirit on the athletic field. The term Raider at Radnor honored him as a teacher, Native American, and supporter of our students. It was not used as a stereotype to describe Native Americans as plunderers or killers. In 2013, the board addressed the concerns that using the term Raider was insensitive to Native Americans and retired the mascot. They also decided to keep the name Raider to strike a balance between tradition and respecting all people. I urge you to keep the name Raider in order to keep our traditions alive. When we cheer for our Raiders, we cheer for all our students' accomplishments, whether athletic or academic. Our students are specially trained on and off the field. Our students are fast and armed athletes and academics in how they face their opponents. Our students have won championships not only on the fields, the diamonds, the gridiron, the courts, but also in the classroom in the fields of science, debate, business, and most recently, the press award. When we cheer for the Raiders, we cheer for our students' perseverance and skill in the classroom and on the field. Just as the Raider is part of Radnor's history, so are the Lenape Indians that lived here before Radnor was settled. I encourage our district to educate our children about the peaceful Lenape people and integrate this into the 3rd and 9th grade local government curriculum. A balance can be found between tradition and respect by retiring the band's tomahawk chop, removing the Native American head, and asking sports reporters to refer to us as the Radnor Raiders, not the Red Raiders, as they do to avoid confusion with Ridley. Vote to keep the name Raider and the pride in our students. Christine Cox, 212 Hermitage Drive, Radnor. It is important to remember that choosing something as a mascot is a way of honoring, not insulting it. Certainly that is the case with the Radnor Raiders. Understanding the history and origin of our beloved mascot is extremely important to the conversation. My hope is that we keep the mascot in place and use this as an opportunity to revive the story and intention of its selection. Zoe Margulies. Hi, my name is Zoe Margulies, and I'm an upcoming student, freshman to Radnor High School. As the future of the school, making this change may be difficult, but it is necessary. The mascot and imagery we have portrayed to be the face of our school and to lead our school to victory is honestly disgusting. How should we be proud of this racist image? Although we have had this figure for a while, times have changed, and it's time to get with the program. This will forever be an issue. And do we really want to have this shameful image to be surrounded for the future children coming into the schools? Keeping this mascot teaches the kids of our district that it is okay to have this racist figure who we are not honoring at all. Like, do you even know who is in our school building? Please keep an open mind about who we are honoring and what you are teaching and telling the future doctors, lawyers, and maybe even presidents, mayors, and political figures. Thanks for listening. Hannah North, 141 Barclayton Road, Rosemont. I urge the school board to change the mascot from the Raiders to something that is not a cultural appropriation. I understand how this mascot means to how much this mascot means to some people. It was a meaningful part of my childhood and adolescence as well. However, the memories I have of Radnor will hardly be tarnished or tainted if the mascot is changed. It won't take away the wonderful times I had with my friends in high school or the thrill that I got when I scored a goal in field hockey. What made those memories meaningful is the people that are associated with it, not the mascot that is present in the background scenes of their memories. The unfortunate reality is that this mascot plays into negative stereotypes associated with Native Americans and does not perpetuate Native American culture in a way that is respectful and sensitive to the centuries of genocide this population endured. I respectfully ask that the school board replace the mascot effective immediately and replace it with something that is a better representation of the kind of community we are. We are better than this. Mike McCall, 420 Midland Avenue, Wayne, Save the Raider. Louisa Raimondo, 790 Robin Hood Road, Bryn Mawr. Please keep the Radnor Raider name and logo as it is. Will Gallagher, 341 Yorkshire Road. Radnor must keep the name and mascot of the Raider. Radnor High School should continue to honor the mascot and team name, and everyone in the school should be proud to be a Radnor Raider. Frank Pancoast, 900 Hillsdale Road, Westchester, PA. As a former football Raider, my image of the mascot was of a brave and fierce warrior. These are admirable and necessary attributes for succeeding in battle, as my teammates and I saw ourselves on autumn Saturday mornings. I will be sad if this image, which all of my teammates and friends see in a positive light, is lost. Tessa Klimowitz, 9 Blackfriar Road, Bryn Mawr. Hello, I'm Tessa Klimowitz, a rising 11th grader at RHS. Thank you very much for holding this meeting tonight to listen to our concerns. I take great pride in being a Radnor student. I am a trumpet player in the Radnor band, as well as a member of the Guard. Both activities mean the world to me. The sense of camaraderie is unreal, like nothing I've ever felt before. Friday night football games kick up that excitement and school spirit even further. There's nothing more exhilarating than playing our touchdown song over and over again. I always want Radnor to win and to be the best it can be. I love being a part of the Radnor community, and I understand that many people here feel the same. However, I have never been proud of our mascot. My father is an alum, so the Raider has been a part of my life for as long as I can remember. Even so, it was something I began to view with a sense of shame. I always found it disquieting that a school which prides itself on respect would have such a mascot. Standing on the bleachers and playing the tomahawk chop doesn't bring me the joy it once did. It's much harder to feel good about something when you know your actions are hurtful to someone. My wariness was only further solidified in the summer before 9th grade, when I spoke with a Native American about her struggles living in the US. She told me about the dehumanizing and dishonor she felt when she saw her people portrayed as mascots. She told me about how difficult it was, seeing strange, largely inaccurate representations of her people throughout her life. She told me it didn't make her feel seen. It made her feel invisible and insignificant. After that conversation, I learned everything I could about Native Americans' experiences all over America and the fight to get rid of the mascot. Since then, I have always wanted to do something to educate others. My friend and I began working towards this goal at the end of 9th grade, and the results have been incredible. When we first started, we made a presentation for our integrated class. A few students approached us afterwards and told us it opened their eyes. That was only the beginning. Now we have garnered over 500 signatures on our open letter. So many students and members of our community want to make this change. In fact, during our research, we learned of countless others who have tried to make the change before us. As I'm sure you all know, the BLM movement has certainly assisted us in raising awareness. I don't think this is a bad thing. I think it's wonderful the people of America are being made aware of racial injustice. We have been working on this for over a year, nearly my entire time at RHS. BLM has helped us tremendously, but we aren't attempting to piggyback off of them. This movement is of our own volition, and we are striving to bring justice to our community. Radnor is a beautiful school, and it has a very special place in my heart, but the time has come for us to do better. Jeffrey Lawrence, 3 Ironwood Drive, Collegeville. I graduated from Radnor High in 1974. I was a starter on the varsity football team, which had a 7-2-1 record my senior year. I also ran track and played on the club lacrosse team. I strongly oppose the move to change the name of Radnor's mascot from Raider. In general, I do not believe such nicknames are insulting or harmful to American Indians, and I doubt that Native Americans are behind this movement, although I admit I don't know who is. I just learned from another alumni that in fact the choice of the mascot and associated Indian logo was done in honor of a celebrated Radnor coach who was an Indian. There's a lot of history, pride, and tradition behind the nickname and the logo. Changing it will help no one. Those who want to help minorities should do so directly and stop engaging in meaningless symbolism. Thank you.
Andrew Rosen, 601 Glen Mary Road, Radnor, PA. To members of the school board, author and intellectual Dr. Deshaun Stokes once said, "Urging an organization to be inclusive is not an attack, it's progress." A sentiment that is particularly meaningful in the debate about removing the mascot. When we ask you to remove the Raider, we are not trying to erase our school's tradition, nor we are discounting the opinions of those who want to keep the mascot. However, we as a school district have to reckon with the harm that using a disparaging portrayal causes Native American communities. We have to view this debate as an opportunity to improve acceptance and tolerance in our schools. Per the 2019 Radnor Township census, only 0.1% of Radnor residents are American Indian or Alaskan Native. When I read this figure, I asked myself how a majority white township can rationalize the use of a caricature, an offensive stereotype, as our school's mascot. There's no doubt that the Raider is degrading, dehumanizing, and only perpetuates tropes that Native Americans are primitive or uncivilized. Combined with studies analyzing the damaging effects that these mascots have on Native American individuals and communities, it quickly becomes evident the mascot should be removed. Recently, student activists have shared testimonials from Native American tribes and presented numerical data that have helped me realize the true impact of the raider. Even if the mascot did not always bother you, it is hard to ignore this new evidence. That is the essence of my public comment tonight. I'm not here to criticize the school board for allowing RHS to use this mascot or to convince the district to save face by changing the mascot now when there is public outcry. The mascot issue has been neglected for too long, but this is our chance to make things right for an underrepresented Radnor demographic. We can accept that we have made a mistake in using the raider as our mascot and in removing the raider atone for this mistake. Although it is only one small action, in changing the mascot, we can help recognize and validate the entire Native American community, a community that has suffered an unimaginable pain and injustice throughout history. As Dr. Stokes explains, this is an opportunity for progress in the name of racial justice and awareness. Please remove the racist imagery that is our mascot and all that is associated with it. I want to ensure that RHS consistently reflects the values that make me proud of this community. Erica Clark, 701 Mayland Road, Newtown Square. Hello, my name is Erica Clark and I'm a rising junior at RHS. First, I'd like to thank you for your hard work dedicated to reopening plans. I'm hopeful that the same focus and energy will be exerted into today's necessary discussion of our Radnor name, mascot, and associated symbols. I've attended Radnor School since kindergarten, but only in recent years have I realized the extent of my shame in the RHS mascot. Although seeing the mascot always made me uncomfortable, it is only when I entered high school that I became truly ashamed of our school's hypocrisy. Despite Radnor's pride in our inclusion, acceptance, and tolerance, we are represented by stereotypical Native American imagery that is printed on merch, sports uniforms, and around the school. I also share the same Radnor pride, but I've grown up and become more aware of the world around me. I've had doubts and second thoughts. A couple days ago, I was giving a virtual piano lesson to a 9-year-old student from Connecticut. While we were working through one of the short pieces, I noticed that the next song was called Indian Drums, which was accompanied by a Native American caricature with a feather headdress and stereotypical clothing. I prepared to tell her about the offensive imagery, the degrading stereotype, and the cultural appropriation. I wanted to explain to her that the drawing of the Native American overlooks many layers of culture, and I definitely wanted to tell her about the history of mass genocide and discrimination against Native Americans, since schools never teach that. I knew that this conversation would be important, and my mind was busy finding words that a 9-year-old could understand. When I checked the on-screen video to make sure she could see my fingers on the piano, I realized that, of course, I was wearing my LM shirt from the 2019 pep rally, complete with Raiders written all in caps on the front. The irony of it all left me feeling helpless and hypocritical. The term Raider refers to Native American tribes raiding white settlements, further supporting the savage stereotype. So how could I tell this 9-year-old that the drawing for Indian drums was so wrong when my shirt spoke otherwise? Radnor staff, students, and school board, I hope you feel the shame. A school should not be associated with Native American imagery, and it's about time that we retire the Raider. From Seawin Law at 1628 JFK Boulevard. I am Seawin Law, a 20-year resident of Radnor Township and the father of 2 Radnor High School graduates. While practicing law full-time for more than 30 years, I have been an adjunct lecturer of Asian American Studies at Penn and Temple. While the Radnor School District termination of the Red Raider mascot was long overdue in 2013, it is my belief that RSD use of all Red Raider images and other stereotypes of Native peoples should end once and for all. I say this despite my son having Radnor Middle School and Radnor High School in uniforms which prominently display the Red Raider image. During the 6 years that he devoted to representing Radnor schools in athletic competitions, I do not think that the Radnor School District ever educated him about the Lenape Nation of Pennsylvania or their history in this area. The Lenape Nation has been here in eastern Pennsylvania thousands of years before Radnor Township was ever founded. They were not the raiders who attacked colonial settlers. Rather, they were divested of this land in 1737 by Provincial Secretary James Logan in the swindle called the Walking Purchase, which forced the Lenape Nation to relinquish 1,200,000 acres of their land based on a suspicious agreement of sale for which there was no original document and no record in the provincial archives. Based on the fraudulent document, Logan hired sprinters to run a path north as far as what is now Jim Thorpe, PA, even though the agreement was based on what a man could walk in a day and a half. The Lenapes were driven from their homes to as far west as Kansas and Oklahoma. What the Radnor School District should have taught my sons was that some members of the Lenape Nation remained in this area, still speaking their native language. I say this to point out that a missing piece of this discussion about whether to continue with the Red Raiders images on school buildings and paraphernalia is the viewpoint of the Lenape Nation of Pennsylvania. If the Radnor School District were to appropriate the images and names of any other sovereign nation, would there not be a negotiation over royalties to be paid? If Radnor High School was on the land of a sovereign nation which was wrongfully divested, will there be another negotiation about rents? Any conversation about the continuation of the Red Raider names and images for Radnor School District promotions and events without the input of the Lenape Nation and other Native peoples is illegitimate at best. It is time for Radnor School District to devote resources to give students the education about the Lenape Nation that my sons never received. Allie Bauer, 317 Midland Avenue, Wayne. Hello, Radnor School Board. I greatly appreciate everything you do for us every day, especially during these uncertain times. Hopefully you're all having a good summer. My name is Allie Bauer. I am a rising senior and I am part of the Radnor for Reform Student Coalition. I'm writing in today to urge you to change Radnor's mascot. The Raider is not only offensive to Native American groups, but is also outdated and a poor representation of our modern school district. Please be a part of this positive change and recognize that there are so many better ways to represent Radnor. Even if the mascot is not particularly offensive to you, it is important to remember all of the individuals who have been hurt by it. If anyone has a problem with our mascot, which Indigenous students in Radnor have expressed, there is no reason to keep it around. There are so many other great ways to cultivate school spirit and Radnor pride. Let's recognize the past but reimagine our future. Thanks. Gary Cohen, 780 Fawn Hill Road, Radnor. The Raider nickname existed before and independently of the current mascot and imagery, so I support keeping the nickname Raiders, which has strong attachment value to former students and student athletes. I do believe the image of the Native American mascot on the side of the school building should be removed, as it may be offensive and has no direct relationship to Raiders. As far as the two feathers on the current Radnor logo, I have mixed feelings about this. On the one hand, if the presence of the two feathers are offensive to Native Americans, then they probably need to be removed. However, given the origins of the initial tie-in to Native American imagery as an honor and recognition to Mr. Emerson Metoxen, there are strong arguments for keeping the feathers as a continuing tribute. I understand both arguments on this matter and will caution to make quite certain that there is offense and harm in keeping the feathers on the logo before removing them because they have sentimental and attachment value to students who see the current logo as a symbol of their time spent at Radnor High School and competing for the school. Perhaps this is an opportunity to keep the feathers as a tribute, but also combine it with education to the student body on both Native American history and the honoring of Mr. Metoxen by the student body, so we promote a more diversified education experience and a deeper appreciation for the Native American experience. That would truly be a great legacy to further honor Mr. Metoxen. Lisa DiGiovanni, 54 Oakford Road, Wayne. Radnor Township is a proud community in rich tribal history. We are all living on a Native American land. We respect the land, and we respect the tribal people who lived here. Each year, we honor the full-blooded Native American Radnor teacher and coach Emerson Metoxen at Radnor Middle School's end-of-the-year award ceremony. There are many lessons to be taught. Is cultures connecting, helping Radnor teachers and students to connect to its own tribal culture? I have resided in Radnor Township for over 16 years. My husband and I chose the town of Wayne to raise our family for a few reasons. One is because it reflected the small town feel of how I was raised as a young child. It offered safety, security, and top-performing public schools. I loved everything about this little town, and so we bought our home and raised our 4 children here. I never tried to change or transform all that Wayne offered. I did try to erase its history. I did not try to erase its history, change its local traditions, shame its residents, or slander its school community with offensive labeling. As a matter of fact, I embrace my community's traditions and respect my neighbors. This is a profoundly dishonest campaign to attack the history and long-held traditions of a generous and grateful school community. My question to those who oppose the Native American imagery and traditions of the school is simple. Why did you choose to live here if you were offended by its history or disagree with the school's imagery? To label Radnor school community with the offensive term racist is a divisive strategy used in a cunning way to guilt and shame students to cave to political correctness. This strategy of offensive labeling is used without any factual evidence. Furthermore, there has never been any scientific data presented to the Radnor community indicating that its public schools' Native American imagery negatively impacted student learning or created an unequal learning environment for culturally diverse students. To those who oppose the school's name, logo, and Native American traditions, and those who are now posting signs throughout the community with the hateful messaging of "not my mascot" and "drop the chop," I say this to you. Pennsylvania is a state with school choice. Just as you can choose your town, you can choose your school. There are many public charter school options in Pennsylvania. Many are tuition-free with the school tax dollars following the student. You have a choice. I hope everyone will choose to move forward in a positive manner, recognizing that the school community uses its imagery tastefully and respectably without any intent to harm those living within or outside the community. From Mark D. Giovanni, 54 Oakford Road, Wayne. Who taught the Radnor students to hate their Native American imagery? I formally addressed this concern in my 2014 letter to the Radnor School Board and Administration. My letter addressed the guest speaker, Rick Eckstein, identified on a Radnor syllabus as a campaigner against Native American mascots. Rick Eckstein was given full access to classrooms to speak to students on this controversial and overtly political topic during regular instructional class time without parental notification. Respectfully, more concerning was the district's refusal to provide a guest speaker with a counter viewpoint on this topic. The district has now produced a group of students with hatred toward their school's imagery without any knowledge of Radnor Raider history. This hatred of the school's imagery has divided the school community with increased animosity among students, as evidenced by social media postings and signed petitions. These petitions are signed by various stakeholders, but most disturbing are the signatures of several Radnor faculty. The administration continues to demonstrate a pattern of political bias through classroom instruction and by permitting die-ins and walkouts during the school day on Radnor's campus. Students with traditional views who embrace their imagery and adhere to a more respectful manner of conduct to voice their advocacy are made to feel like strangers in their own school. When the mascot was removed, Michael Petiti stated the Red Raider name isn't changing, nor will any tasteful caricatures of Indians at the school be taken down. He is quoted as saying, the Red Raider name remains, the logos remain, the only thing that is being retired is the physical costume mascot that rarely over the past few years was present in athletic events to begin with. This is not what has occurred. Imagery has been removed by stealth without notice to stakeholders. It wasn't enough to remove the mascot. It wasn't enough to remove the Indian head logo. It wasn't enough to remove imagery from buildings and apparel. So what will be enough? The school board, as a neutral representative of the school community, should not allow any further removal of the school's long-held traditions, including its name, its logo, and its Native American imagery as promised long ago by Michael Petiti, until a comprehensive, fully actionable long-range plan is implemented to educate all students on Radnor's local Native American history. The district should seek partnerships with the support of regional and national Native American communities to foster and increase awareness of its culture. Through such partnerships, Radnor School District can strive to retain its history, traditions, and imagery with the support of the Native American community. I will greatly welcome the opportunity to assist the district in developing such an initiative. From Ekshaya Barath, 365 Heather Lane, Bryn Mawr. I'm a rising senior at Radnor High School, and I've been part of the Radnor community for 12 years. Every school day I see a no place for hate sign proudly displayed, and I feel proud of my school's values, but then I'll see the Raider mascot displayed just as proudly, and it breaks my heart. Radnor in itself is a good school. I treasure my education here and appreciate our great athletics department, but Radnor is not a fantastic school. By keeping the Raider mascot, our community sends a message that it is acceptable to be unempathetic and racist if we ignore the pain of the victims. It's a shame that we disregard the genocide and harm to Indigenous people in the classroom, but use their rhetoric and traditions as a fun activity on the football field. It literally teaches children and teenagers to exploit people of color if it's convenient for them. If we are to preach to our church and to support one another and respect each other, then we must practice it ourselves in our community and respect our neighbors, Indigenous people. A great school means molding the minds of great kids, but these kids are learning to be passive when there is a wrong in this world. If we don't teach children to be empathetic and anti-racist, then they won't grow up to be strong leaders who stand up for others or who give people equal chances to be heard. Radnor is amazing on paper, but can the heart of our community be as strong if its core is so rotten? We shouldn't just learn about the Pilgrims in elementary, middle, and high school. We should learn about the Indigenous people who lived before us, how they aren't savagery and they aren't raiders, how their culture is just different but beautiful, and how they were wronged. That Radnor also wronged them, but how Radnor can hopefully change that. No more performative honoring. Let's stop depicting an entire race as caricatures and calling them raiders when they're people like you and me. Let's teach our children to not silence the oppressed, to not be desensitized by wrongdoings, to not be passively racist. There are no more excuses for racism in the 21st century, and we must make sure that kids from this school don't contribute to racism in society. Radnor impacts great minds, so let's not just be a good school with great academics and athletics. Let's be an amazing school that has intelligent minds, strong athletes, and empathetic souls that can create a better society for all of us. From Juliana Di Giovanni, 54 Oakford Road. As a member of the Radnor class of 2020, my classmates and I experienced the harsh reality of not being able to participate in school-sponsored activities in person due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Being locked down and quarantined during our senior year's remaining months, we were grateful we had our fall events to reflect upon for our senior memories. Our senior class motto, "We're all in this together," truly took on a new meaning. Who would have thought that our fall memories centered on Radnor's long-held traditions would be the ones that we cherish the most? I love my school and I love all my classmates regardless of race, gender, sexual orientation, or viewpoint. Therefore, I am saddened to see the divide among the student body on social media regarding the Radnor Raiders. The labeling and hatred directed towards students with opposing viewpoints on this matter have created an unpleasant situation. Many students are silenced and feel uncomfortable expressing opinions on social media due to their fear of being a target, not to mention the detrimental effect it may have on their college and future professional careers. Although Radnor supports a no place for hate school environment, the student behaviors exhibited on social media are hurtful to many. As a recent Radnor alum, I feel that it is essential that more voices join the conversation if the district permits this conversation to continue. Therefore, I recommend that the Radnor High School administration and school board identify and implement valid ways of anonymously surveying school and public opinion in Radnor Township. This type of surveying will encourage a more honest discussion. Once we start labeling, we start dividing, and we are no longer a united school community. If you're on the right team, you get your picture in the Philadelphia Inquirer. If you dissent, your reputation is destroyed. I guess we really aren't really all in this together. From Colin Mortensen Agnew, 325 Pembroke Avenue, Wayne. I'm a proud Radnor alumni, and I'm very proud of the values of our community, teachers in the Radnor School District. It's time to act on those values by removing the offensive imagery of the Raider. The use of Native American imagery has a long history in the United States, and seldom has it been good. By having a Native American logo with the team name Raider, we are affirming hurtful stereotypes and whitewashed history of Native Americans. We acknowledge the term Red Raider was too offensive in 2013, and that was a good first step. But the time is always right to do what is right, and the right thing to do is change the imagery of our school and no longer be a community that proudly ties the term Raider to Native Americans, a group we spent centuries driving out of their homeland and killing their population for the sake of political and economic dominance over the Western Hemisphere. There is no reason why we cannot still be the Radnor Raiders with different imagery. We can use pirates, battle-weathered mercenaries, or really anything to do with war and fighting. Many sports teams have already changed their offensive imagery or eschewed it from the start. Let's join the growing chorus of communities across the world and put an end to this offensive imagery. It's never too late to correct a misdeed, but it's always better to do it sooner rather than later.
Ann Minicozy.
Allison, if I could just ask you to pause for a second. So to my count, we've gotten through approximately 70 of the comments, of the written comments. That's after hearing about 35 video comments tonight. I said that we would kind of consider whether or not we wanted to recess the meeting or plow on, that I said I would kind of revisit it. I don't want to decide that right now, but we're getting close. We have about maybe 25, maybe about 30 or so comments left, maybe just under 30, which to my thinking will finish us up shortly after 11. So we could recess the meeting then, or consider, some board conversation or next steps at that point. And I just, want to know if we have strong feelings about that now. If we're going to recess the meeting in about a half an hour, or when the public comment finishes, then we should let people know. If we're going to plow on, I'd like to give people an opportunity to know that we're considering forging ahead tonight. And if you want to,
A little after 11, that's an early meeting for us.
yeah, it does feel kind of, this part is going along much faster than I anticipated. And I thank Mr. Petiti and Dr. Hand for handling the technology so well. And Ms. Gangle for also helping with the reading of all these comments tonight. So thank you both. Let me raise your hand if you're inclined to have us recess at 11. I'm just going to take a quick, it's not really a vote. So it's really, I would just, all right. So far, maybe only about one person. Oh, two. All right. It's not going to really be so much a vote. If I recess the meeting, I recess the meeting. All right. I'd like to have us continue with the comments. I just wanted to kind of do a touch in because this is moving along considerably faster than I think we thought it would. All right, Allison. Thanks.
Yep. All right. So next we have Ann Minicozy, 129 Radnor Avenue, Villanova. It is well past time to change the team name. A contest to rename the team might help unite the community. Brian Winston, 1057 Eagle Road, Q26, Wayne. Do not change the name as we find the cancel culture offensive. Good or bad, history cannot be changed. Radnor football is tradition that brings the alumni back together and is a cherished institution. As an alum, I'm proud of our school, our history, and who we are. Thank you. Jack Triangan, 799 Woodley Road. Hello, my name is Jack Triangan, and I graduated from Radnor High School in the class of 2018. I was a co-captain for our lacrosse team my senior year and accepted the leadership role as an honor to represent and lead any team under the Radnor Raiders name. After moving into the Radnor School District in 2012, I quickly realized that there was an extreme sense of pride in the community surrounding our schools and the students who continued to represent our great district in academics and athletics and everything in between. After quickly buying into this high standard of excellence, I soon understood the significance of the traditions Radnor's alumni had fought so hard to establish. At my 8th grade graduation ceremony, I was honored to win the prestigious Emerson Chief Metoxen Award for a Radnor male-female athlete who is in the 8th grade and who best exemplifies the Radnor traditions of sportsmanship, loyalty, and endeavor. Although it is great that we honor Chief Metoxen with this award, it is important to realize the other ways in which Native Americans, like Metoxen, are remembered and honored at our schools. Our logos and imagery have made me more aware of Native American culture, history, and tradition. I hope that through these conversations, we can improve the education of Native Americans in our schools, as well as teaching our students about our school's important history. After finally grasping the significance of the award I received several years ago, I want to ask our school board if simply erasing our name and logos is the best way to continue to honor Chief Metoxen, his time at Radnor, and the recognition our logo has created throughout our community. While I do agree removing the mascot and Native American figure are appropriate decisions, I hope we can respect our history and spread awareness as to the reason we use the feathers as our Radnor logo. Trachtenberg, 230 South Wayne Avenue, Wayne, PA. Hello, my name is Track. I use they, them pronouns, and I am an alum of the Radnor High School class of 2013. I went to RTSD schools from 4th through 12th grades, and as with so many alums, I know this school system shaped me in so many ways. I still interact with Radnor and Mascot on a near daily basis, from the sports team clothes I still own to conversations with my younger brother who just graduated this spring. Honestly, when I say the school system shaped me in so many ways, not all of it is good. I built friendships and grew intellectually and had a few teachers who made a huge impact on me. But when I left Radnor, I also realized how much I still had to learn. My language, my ignorance, and the images of the mascot on my clothes were directly harmful to new classmates and potential friends. I regret the harm caused there, and I absolutely take responsibility for some of what I did not know, but I also blame our school system. If Radnor wishes to produce graduates who will contribute positively to our society, then we have responsibility to not steep our students in symbols of white supremacy and to educate them in essential issues, racism included. I wish that I hadn't worn the mascot or participated in the chop cheer for as long as I did. I wish that I hadn't worn the mascot around Native classmates who then had to deal with yet another dehumanizing image of in their academic setting. I no longer own any clothes with the Raider image on them, but the responsibility shouldn't be only on me. Radnor, you have a chance to do the right thing and set a better example by your students. Please, please do so. Abigail Hillman, 505 West Beech Tree Lane. I am thrilled that the school board is considering this long overdue reform, and I applaud the students who have spearheaded the process. The Red Raider mascot and its manifestation in the caricature on the side of Radnor High School is a shameful vestige of white supremacy, and to call it anything else is to perpetuate the lies we tell ourselves. That these images and stereotypes dishonor Native people is indisputable. That they cause lasting and permanent harm to Native youth is well documented in social science research. What we talk about less often is the damage our silent condemnation of this image and name have done to the predominantly white population of Radnor. In his autobiography, Frederick Douglass not only wrote eloquently about the ways that slavery damaged the enslaved, but also about its devastating effects on white enslavers. The Radnor Raider image perpetuates the tacit and unspoken understanding that there is a racial hierarchy with whites at the top. This is not a lesson we want to be teaching our children. I thank the school board members in advance for taking this historic, if painfully long overdue step to remove this horrific symbol and allow students to choose a mascot and logo that reflect the energy, passion, and determination of Radnor sports teams. Lisa Cohn, 230 South Wayne Avenue, Wayne. I am the parent of 2 Radnor alums. We have been part of this community since 2004. I want the mascot changed because I want Radnor to be an inclusive community where everyone feels welcome with all their differences. The mascot we have now is offensive to Native Americans and therefore offensive to all of us. Please immediately abandon the Raider mascot. Even if we don't have a final solution, we can interim just walk away like the football team recently did. Now is the time to make substantive and symbolic changes. This may seem little, but it's not little to everyone, and therefore it needs to be important for everyone. Thank you. Casey Cullen, 215 Cornell Drive. I would like to know which Native American initiated this protest against Radnor High School mascot, or if this is another case of cancel culture. I would be honored if a school created a mascot based on my ethnic background. People name mascots after strengths, not weaknesses. You can take every single mascot and find something offensive or negative about it. Jenna Zenozi, 219 Sugartown Road, apartment R203, Wayne. As an alumni of RHS 2019, and as a former member of the band who played at each football game Friday nights and represented Radnor at different schools and on trips, the amount of ignorance displayed by our logo and team name consistently made me feel ashamed to be part of our school community. It has not only discouraged me in terms of showing school spirit, but also in being proud of my school and community. The lack of discussion around it, both in school/township leaders and with structured conversations with students, is the embodiment of privilege, especially in the mainline area, and silences the struggles of Native Americans while encouraging ignorance between a largely white and privileged student body. Immediately change the name, the logo, and enforce strict history learning about Native Americans and the issues of colonization in all history classes. Before having open discussions in classes, students must first be educated in non-whitewashed history lessons yearly. And after changing the logo and name, the reasons why and Radnor's past regarding this issue will not be ignored. Talk about why Radnor was wrong and why it was fixed yearly, whether in history classes or in mandatory assemblies. Thank you. Jennifer Carter, 205 St. David's Court, Wayne. My boys have always been proud to be Radnor Raiders. After learning the history of the Raider name, I believe that our community needs to continue to celebrate Emerson Chief Metoxen and keep the Raider name and logo. Emerson served RTSD for many years and was proud of his Native American heritage. Preserving the Raider name and logo in his honor embodies the competitive spirit and positive impact he had on our students. Julia Morrison, 221 Radnor Street Road. Hello, my name is Julia Morrison and I am a rising junior at Radnor High School. I have been in Radnor since kindergarten, and even from a young age, the mascot did not seem right to me. Radnor prides itself as a no place for hate school, and yet our very mascot is a derogatory caricature of Native Americans. Community members defend this by saying that we are honoring Native Americans and that the mascot is a symbol of pride. But a simple mascot should not be why we are proud of Radnor. It should be because of the students, faculty, and families. Saying that the mascot is necessary because it shows our pride makes it seem as though those achievements are due to a mascot rather than hard work and talent. Changing the name of our school teams will not change that we have a winning streak against LM or diminish our accomplishments. We can be proud without being harmful. As I said before, I have been in Radnor schools my entire life. My grandfather grew up and went to these schools 800 years ago. He was immensely proud of Radnor, always having time to tell a story about a Radnor LM game or football practice. He could drive down any street in Radnor and tell you at least 5 people who lived there, students and teachers alike. But when he was referring to Radnor, he said Radnor. Radnor did this, Radnor did that. Never the Raiders did this, the Raiders did that. Our community is so much bigger than a mascot. We are Radnor. We would be doing the community a disservice if we continue to use the current mascot. Thank you for your time.
From Sophia Morrison, 221 Radnor Street Road. Hello, my name is Sophia Morrison. I am a rising freshman at RHS. I would like to use my time to read out the names of current Radnor students who are in support of the change. Ellie Davis, Ann Griffin, Reese Hillman, Audrey Margolis, Becca Zajac, Grace South, Florence South, Nora Graves, Tessa Kilmowitz, Cynthia Maz, Isabella Lowe, Julia Morrison, Thomas Barnhart, Sophie Wallace, Tova Shao, Cy Middle, Sarah Tishal, Nia Anad, Ali Bauer, Leotin Dixon, Margot Flanagan, Debbie Armstrong, Janie McRae, Justin Norian, Emmett Hillman, Lenny Hartman, Sophia Juralis, Cassandra Ramirez, Gabby Heberling, Anushka Hicks, Sophia Jubileer, Castilla Hubbard, Emily Pompolio, Maya Casillas, Miriam Dixon, Annika Jaswal, Ellie Reinhardt, Katie Bader, Isabella Deputy, Katie Lorenz, Suman Lee, Christina Sue, Olivia Barker, Erica Clark, Ava Gummel, Eddie McKenzie, Ra Ganeshan, Noor Kaplan, Samantha Rosen, Grace Hicks, Ashna Luthrop, Shanta Hung, Sydney Goldenberg, Amasha Wickamarahi, Anna Lyons, Audrey Kuhn, Patrick Breck, Maya Manzoor, Bella Barnaby, Sarah Anderson, Anthony Ebenson, Achika Chuhan, Vivian Hasserly, Moana Grasso, Lucy Crisculo, Hyman O, Kara Lee, Anna Cohen, Amelia La Fuhad, Sophia Tuhig, Elise Badzayak, Elizabeth Toscano, Georgia Henderson, Lauren Mayer, Betsy Bauer, Olive Richter, Kelsey Wakamaya, Hovind Voskadran, Andrew Rosen, Jamie Barrett, Olivia D'Andovio, Lola Wilton, Chloe Sikowski, Tullin Whitmer, Lizzie Hirschler, Carolyn Murray Hayden, Eleanor Adams, Rory Harper, Sabina Areso, James McGovern, Trisha Pridahashi, Aidan Oliver, Avery Ciato, Samuel Channinson, Benji Lowe, Jason T, Noel Kuhn, Megan Moyer, Stella Huang, Ryan Mosovitz, Anya Chen, Audrey Needland, Moen Lee, Heather Hughes. The students want change. Thank you. From Julian Castilleja. Good evening. My name is Julian Castilleja, and I've attended Radnor Township Schools, 204 West Wayne Avenue. And I've attended Radnor Township Schools since elementary school and graduated from Radnor High School in 2018. I'm now attending Ursinus College. My family makes up the almost non-existent Native American population in Radnor. We are part of the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma, where my mom was born and who I get my Native American roots from. My family and I have had deep discussions about the Radnor Raider, and we have all come to the agreement that we enjoy the representation. Throughout the country, there's little to no Native American representation, and as time goes on, it seems as though non-Native American people are making decisions for us to remove certain imagery. Recently, the Native American was removed from the Land O'Lakes logo because non-Native Americans wanted it gone, thinking they were doing us a favor. In reality, they removed one of the few symbols still honoring Native Americans. Now we've heard the same thing is happening to the Radnor Raider. We love having the ability to cheer for something that we actually have a personal connection to, which is something we have never been able to do and probably will never be able to do again. I think it would be better to educate future students more about Native American history and culture and about the gross betrayal, that's an understatement, of the US government. In addition to this, students should be educated on the actual meaning of our name and mascot, that the Raider is not directly referring to Native Americans, that the name Raider came years before the Native American imagery, and later the student body voted to have a Native American with the intention of honoring Emerson Chief Metoxen. I understand that because I'm not an affluent white person, my voice means a little less in the town of Radnor. But as a Native American, I hope you hear my plea to keep the Native American representation alive in Radnor. If you really feel that the term Raider is racist and have to get rid of it, I beg you to keep the Native American representation. I suggest the name Chiefs, as this is much more honor in the name and still pays respect to Mr. Metoxen. To clarify, I'm asking the board to keep the name and logo as it is. However, if there has to be a change to the Radnor Raider, then it only be to the name and to keep all other Native American representation. Thank you for your time. From Bill Diagnostino, 233 Callanan Avenue, Bryn Mawr. Thank you, school board, for taking up this important issue. It is imperative that even during this difficult time of school closures and reopening, you are facing this painful issue. My family is proud to live in Radnor. It's a beautiful place with wonderful schools, with amazing teachers and coaches and administrators we all love. But that doesn't mean we can ignore the wrongs of the past. We live on land stolen from the Lenape tribe. The continuing racial segregation of our school is the product of decades of injustice. It will be easy to ignore these wrongs, but my pride for our town has never been stronger than students who are working to make our town more perfect, speaking up against injustice. As one wrote recently in the Radnorite, when we recognize a mistake, a lapse of judgment, we must work diligently to remedy it. Respect and responsibility are traits Radnor prides itself on, so are we to ignore the irony every Friday in the fall? Please learn from and reflect the courage of these students and show us a school board that we can be proud of. Thank you. Sophie Samaha, 443 Imagery Road, Villanova. To me, the fact that there has been so much backlash to changing the Raider mascot is a sign that the Radnor school system has truly failed to teach students about the history of this land and the people who resided here first. While that failing is not going to be solved by the removal of the mascot, having native imagery represent our school does not help Radnor students, the majority of whom are white, learn about racism. It is clear to me from the comment section of the Radnor for Reform Instagram page and from my experience as a student in Radnor that Radnor needs to drastically improve when it comes to anti-racist education, which involves having a comprehensive curriculum about Indigenous people as they currently live and how to contribute to their fight for justice. I was lucky enough during my time in Radnor as an Asian American student to only experience racism in the form of microaggressions, but I know other students of color who had worse experiences. I would love to see Radnor become a safer place for all its students, and changing the mascot is one step towards that goal. Grace South, 412 St. David's Avenue. My name is Grace South, and I am a rising senior at Radnor. I am part of Radnor for Reform, and I've brought up this concern with the high school as early as the fall of last year. As you know, the red of the Radnor Red Raiders was removed with the intention of reducing the offensiveness of the mascot and preserving Radnor tradition and history. However, by just doing a quick Google search of Radnor Red Raider, multiple websites announced Radnor sports teams with the mascot of the Red Raider, some even from this year. Radnor High School will always be associated and considered the Red Raider, while we are represented by the current Native American imagery. Both elements of the mascot, even without the word red, teach harmful stereotypes of the tribe, who many believe we are honoring. The mascot disrespects much of the Native American population today and forgets that there are people who still face prejudice and racism. It will be great to trust that students will do their own research as a result of knowing our mascot, but we forget that many students won't and will only have the stereotypes portrayed by the mascot to remember the Lenape tribe by. If Radnor changes the mascot and works towards educating the student body regarding the history of the Lenape tribe, we can teach and honor the bravery of this tribe in a respectful manner. Forgetting history is ignoring the ignorance that fueled the creation of our mascot, as well as leaving the tribe and our history out of Radnor curriculum. In the last 10 years, we have witnessed many high school and sports teams remove their harmful mascots, most recently the Washington Redskins. Radnor, one of the best public schools in the state, should do the same and be an example of a district who learns from racism and prejudice. Kate Sanderson, 22 Oakford Road. Coming to live in Radnor area several years ago, I see the Radnor Raiders name and imagery as an anachronism. It makes me cringe every time I see it. I'm ashamed that my children are asked to cheer for this, do the chop, and display these images. I don't want Radnor kids ending up as the poster children on the internet and national media for institutions perpetuating racist names and imagery. Please move forward from this era and adopt a name and imagery we can proudly cheer for. Ben Johnson, 219 Pembroke Avenue. I'm a Radnor High graduate. Can we find some happy medium? If the Radnor Raider symbol is offensive, let's come up with an alternative, similar to the Oakland Raider. Not sure why we are not spending as much time and energy in getting our kids back to school. From Corinne Lemaitre, and 116 Benlil Road and Montgomery Avenue, Bryn Mawr. I write in support of retiring the Raiders name and all associated Native American imagery. As a Radnor alumna, I do not feel that they best represent our beloved school. Names and symbols based on Native American cultural references are widely regarded as racist. They are based on stereotype and exist independent of any real education about Native American life. They are repudiated by the very groups they allegedly honor, including the National Indian Education Association, see Resolution 213-07, support for elimination of race-based Native logos, mascots, and names on changethemascot.org. But it's more than that. Retiring the Raider would send a very clear message that racism in any form will not be tolerated. Please let's honor Radnor core values by creating a great new logo and team name, one that future generations can be proud of. Thank you. Class of 1985. Alicia Alfonso, 507 West Beechtree Lane. My name is Alicia Alfonso, and I'm currently a Radnor resident, a teacher in RHS, and a parent of 2 alumni. I would like to support the Radnor reform to retire the Radnor mascot from our schools. When we moved here 16 years ago, I was surprised that our school mascot had the name of Raiders and the image of the Native American in our fields. The word Raider brought to mind the negative images associated with the Native Americans being portrayed as violent and savages, a nation that will pillage and slaughter others. I was also shocked when in our football games, the school band played the Tomahawk Chop song. Again, another negative image, perhaps due to their Hollywood depiction, where the Native American tomahawks were used to do scalping. We need to remove this imagery that perpetuates Native stereotypes of the underserved Native Americans. As a person of color and a teacher of Radnor, I would like RTSD to retire the name. Radnor is a community that values respect and diversity. We need to embrace it by no longer using the imagery of the Raider and the tomahawk. We need to be a community that embraces and respects every member of our community. We are Radnor proud, but not at the expense of other people's pains and struggles. From Kathy Steinway, 6 Woodsworth Court. My children are in elementary school in Radnor. I look forward to correcting the course for current Radnor HS students and my future Radnor HS students, making the high school experience free of discriminatory terminology, imagery, and actions, the CHOP, that accompany the Radnor Raiders. Please continue to move forward to make changes we can all be proud of.
Hashem Guman, 167 Sproul Road. In Radnor, I've experienced racism and I understand that it's real and it's an issue. However, to say that the mascot and name is racist is very small in comparison to the bullying and racism that takes place in our schools. I'm not saying that I didn't have friends or didn't have a phenomenal 4 years at Radnor, but I feel that Radnor should tackle the issues that reside in our school. Also, there is a ton of history that goes into our name that is positive and enforces why we were named the Raiders in the first place. All in all, we can take a few compromises, as I've been speaking to many alumni saying that the Indian head on the side of Prevost can be removed. However, changing the name completely and removing everything so many people hold near and dear would require way too much effort in a time where so much is uncertain. Removing the name would require changing Raider Road, redoing the floors just a year after it was done, erasing years of history and work that's been done with this name, and having to change the fields and changing all the school uniforms to suffice the name change. In such strange and uncertain times, changing the name would cause unnecessary commotion and just add another level of tension on a school board that has so much on their hands with the reopening already. Caitlin Roltkin, 421 West Beech Tree Lane, Wayne. I believe that the Radnor Raider is racist and we should not keep it. You say it's your job to be inclusive and caring, but you have something degrading and racist as your mascot. Keeping it wouldn't preserve anything about the history of our school. It will just allow people to continue being racist. Rachel Skurlak Lowe. Please accept this public comment as support to change the Radnor mascot. My support to remove the mascot is informed by my expertise in diversity education as a professor of education. I teach undergraduate and graduate courses on diversity, inclusion, social justice, and equity. I chair my department's diversity, equity, and inclusion committee. Nationally, I work on committees with educators and researchers who study the impact of misrepresentation and bias on communities and individuals. This includes tribally enrolled members who reject mascots because they perpetuate harmful stereotypes that negatively affect all Native American students. In my comment, I address criticism that Radnor for Reform has received on its Instagram page. As I suspect these critiques will be voiced tonight, the criticism can be grouped as follows. You aren't Native American, so you can't speak for Native Americans. Radnor for Reform provided documentation from Native Americans who articulated why these mascots are deeply problematic. They shared empirical evidence of the harm to wide-ranging groups of students. Furthermore, they effectively argue that the mascot contradicts the district's mission, vision, and value statements. As such, the mascot is a barrier to achieving the goals outlined in these statements. The name is a way to honor the Lenni Lenape from this region. Neither the image nor the term reflects the Lenape's experiences. Lenape people were not counseled during the selection or design of the mascot. To honor the Lenape, school curriculum should include their histories and contemporary realities. Moreover, the definition of raider is pejorative, a person who attacks business premises in order to steal. The name Raider isn't one to which we wish our students to aspire. If we truly value and respect the history of the Lenape, we must do better than an ahistorical stereotyped image and team name that connotes violence. In Radnor, more widely, depictions of Native Americans focus on the white man conquering the savage. At the Wayne Post Office, a painting depicts Anthony Wayne standing nearly atop a dead Native American. This violent portrayal of a non-white body perpetuates a harmful, dehumanizing narrative. Note, a replica of the painting is at the end of this message, but may not be suitable for all. I have no counter narratives to suggest we have a more thoughtful or honorable perspective of the Lenape. Finally, these critics demonstrate that our district and families have work to do to challenge racist, misogynistic, and bullying discourses. It is shocking to learn how overtly bigoted students and Radnors are. While I know RTSD does not condone racism, silence and responding to those using bigoted language would suggest that the district does in fact condone this kind of speech. To close, I thank the students of Radnor for reform. They represent the work of teachers and staff who created learning environments that welcome critical thinking, care for others, and resilience. They are the best of Radnor for their careful research, thoughtful and kind approach, and perseverance, even when faced with critical and abusive feedback. These young people are a testament to the district. This is a moment for Radnor to follow their example. Please remove the Raider name and mascot. George Hobson. Dear school board members, my name is George Hobson, and I am a former student, class of 1963, athlete, educator, and coach in the Radnor Township School District. I retired in 2003 after 36 great years. The history of my family attending Radnor schools goes back to my father, my brother, my sister, my own 4 children, and 5 grandchildren. I have deep concern about the possible elimination of the word Raider, as it has been a part of a long history of our outstanding schools. I wrote these same sentiments on Facebook concerning my feelings and received well over 200 responses between Facebook and phone calls supporting my feelings. These responses included former and current parents, students, and players I coached over the years. I wish to mention that the word Raider has no negative implications on Native Americans. My proposal is to replace the current logo with the R. Since our school colors are maroon and white, a fancy maroon R encircled in white with a maroon band on the outside of the circle would be the new logo. The R could be designed by our talented art students and ultimately approved by the student body, administration, and school board. In summation, my proposal is to retain the name Raider with the logo R. Our school would be known as the Radnor Maroon Raiders. This to me would be a fitting compromise. Thank you for your time and attention. Jerusha Connor. Thank you for holding this special meeting and for engaging so thoughtfully with the students of Radnor for reform. At a time of profound reckoning for our country, it is encouraging to see Radnor leaning into conversations about the ways in which our institutions sometimes unknowingly perpetuate oppression and injustice. The modeling you do at this moment of critique, when Radnor is called on by its students to do more to uphold its values of equity and inclusion, will serve as a powerful example to all students and families in the district. This is a chance to demonstrate unlearning. That is, rethinking taken for granted practices that unintentionally cause harm and contribute to the marginalization of a group of people. For example, in the wake of these conversations, I have unlearned my use of such phrases as bury the hatchet, hold down the fort, and on the warpath, which represent microaggressions against Indigenous people and which I used unthinkingly. This is also an opportunity to teach students about how to affect institutional change. My research with student activists shows that not only the student activists themselves, but also their peers will refine their theories of change based on how you respond. These theories of change have already been influenced by watching the protests this summer over the killings of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Rayshard Brooks, and others, and the important conversations in some cases. Significant policy shifts these protests have engendered, including reinvestment in community services and the rise of #PoliceFreeSchools. Your response to the call to change Radnor's mascot can set the stage for a youth-adult partnership, which research shows to be a highly effective means of achieving sustainable, equity-oriented school reform, or it can set into motion an escalation. If my research tells me anything about student activists, it's that they have a plan B, and it will involve tactics that make you more uncomfortable than you may already feel tonight. This generation has picked up the torch from the late Congressman John Lewis, and they are proud to honor his legacy of good trouble. So you have an opportunity tonight to position Radnor as the counterexample to Neshaminy, whose poor handling of this issue has forever tarnished that district's reputation. I encourage you to embrace this moment to model constructive dialogue, demonstrate responsiveness, and teach all students how equity-based institutional change can be accomplished. I want to close by commending the students of Radnor for Reform for their careful research, their incisive arguments, their constructive solutions, and their passionate commitment. When you face pushback, it is a sign that you've hit on something significant. I encourage you to keep at it because the greatest social changes in US society, from workers' rights to women's rights to civil rights, have been due to the leadership of young people. Thank you for leading the way here. Elaine Wall. Please drop the name Raiders and any images associated with it. Sentimentality will get us nowhere. Now is the time to improve things going forward. And it's signed Elaine Wall, Barrett Haar, Rachel Haar, RHS class of 2017, and Michael Haar, RHS class of 2020. Elisa McClatchy. I am a former Raider, a daughter of a Raider, a mom of 2 Raiders, a sister of Raiders, and an aunt of Raiders. I have always felt fortunate to live in an area like Radnor and to receive the education that I did. I will keep this short and sweet, as I know you have been bombarded with opinions regarding this topic. The fact is, there is absolutely nothing wrong or offensive about the term Raider, so it is perplexing to me why there's even a discussion to change the name. In a day and age where people can literally find the smallest thing and deem it offensive, I am personally offended that more substantial topics aren't given the time and attention they deserve because people decide to drum up a problem when there is not one. We have suicide as the second leading cause of death among adolescents, and numbers have continued to rise. We have an opioid epidemic and an increasing number of adolescents using illicit drugs. We have anxiety and depression increasingly suffocating our youth, and this is what we are focusing on. The term Raider, which I am sure by now you have all looked at the definition of. It is absolute nonsense. Furthermore, this should not be something that is left to the school board to decide. This is something that should be decided by Radnor alumni and current students. Let's encourage our students to focus on their mental well-being and things that will improve their quality of life, instead of teaching them to find offense and fault to everything. Thank you for your time and energy. Stay well. Stan Lindgren, 27 Northwoods Road, Radnor. I am a Radnor citizen, parent of an RHS graduate and RMS student, supporter of RHS athletics, and an active member of the community over the past 15 years. First, I want to thank the administration and school board for your tireless efforts to ensure that our children receive the excellent education that Radnor has come to know and expect. You have done a yeoman's job ensuring high standards that have been maintained throughout unprecedented trials. Unlike other years when the end of the school year signaled a pause, you worked furiously to prepare for another unconventional and unpredictable year. The community glimpsed your dedication during recent school board meetings lasting more than 6 hours each. That is a small portion of the time you had given. But we all know that the board and administration needs to remain laser focused on implementing, monitoring, and adjusting the approved plan in the coming weeks. Managing the logistics of the plan will be challenging, and there is the ever-present possibility that changing guidelines could further adjustments. Athletics and extracurricular activities remain to be addressed. Best execution of the 2021 school year depends on a focused and unified board, administration, staff, students, and parents. Taking up an issue as divisive as the Radnor Raider name during this time risks diverting attention from the primary reason you are assembled: stewardship of one of the country's finest public school systems. While I don't believe this is the time for the board to address this issue, I recognize changing the Raider name and removing Native American symbolism is being pushed by a segment of our community. I disagree with the interpretation of the name and imagery. I think the indomitable, independent, and indefatigable spirit of Native Americans provide an exemplary model for Radnor athletes and students in pursuit of excellence. It should be embraced, celebrated, and used as a vessel to help our students understand and honor North America's Indigenous people. There are prominent examples of this approach. FSU has the support of the Seminole Nation. The Chicago Blackhawks have a cooperative relationship with Native American groups, and the Atlanta Braves likewise work with tribal nations. While Radnor for Reform cites certain activists and scholars, I am not convinced that they are representative of the Native American people. In addition to the aforementioned cooperation surveys, such as the one conducted by the Washington Post in 2016, indicating 90% of Native Americans were not offended by the Redskins name, are not supportive of the notion of a majority being offended. It is my observation that tribes are most concerned with the United States honoring treaties provision of quality health care through the Indian Health Service, improving educational opportunities, fostering economic development on tribal lands, providing employment for members, and protecting the environment. I believe those goals are furthered by a citizenry that honors Indigenous peoples. Changing the Radnor Raider name and removing Native American symbology will be yet another indignity and drive the First Americans further from our consciousness. I urge the board to consider our students and particularly student athletes when discussing this topic. In the midst of the greatest educational crisis in our history, when our young people's routines are in turmoil and they feel disconnected with their school and friends, we should not be foisting another traumatic change on them. If the board must consider a name change, any action should be deferred until there is stability in the schedule and curriculum. I don't want anyone's attention diverted from what our tax dollars are supporting, providing the finest public education in Pennsylvania. Patricia Booker. The purpose of a school mascot is to create that sense of belonging students crave. It helps them feel like a part of something bigger, unites them as one, bonds them, and creates a sense of belonging. It can create lifetime loyal supporters for your school and is recognizable to others. A mascot represents the school's team as strong, brave, tenacious, and united. I remain firm in my belief that the Radnor Raider represents all of these traits and does so with the utmost respect. You have to ask yourself, why would a community select a mascot to represent them if they didn't respect it? They wouldn't. In 2013, when the school board last visited the request by a few to stop calling ourselves the Radnor Raiders, we agreed that the symbolism of the large-headed, cartoon-like mascot running up and down the sidelines was not appropriate and agreed it should be retired. However, we recognize the importance of the Raider as the connection to our history, our culture, and its importance to our student body and community because it united us. I ask you to consider, why do people think having an American Indian as your school spirit is racist? Who is the arbitrator of what is racist and what is not? Perhaps those calling it racist have their own bias, their own difficulty separating what is racist from what is not. Perhaps it's best to say, racist is as racist does. I fully disagree with the notion that the Radnor Raider is disrespectful. It honors the strength, loyalty, and tenacity of the American Indian and unites us. We are a proud Raider nation.
And that is all.
Susan, you're muted.
Thank you. Did any comments come in? Because I don't see Miss Booker's comments on the list that you sent us. So I just didn't know if any more came in today or tonight.
We actually had in our rules for the meeting that we will be receiving comments up to the start. So
Yep.
we actually specified that we would not be receiving them during the meeting.
No, I understand that. Okay. All right. So it is basically 11 o'clock, a little bit after 11. You know, we have a couple of different decision trees here to make, to recess the meeting and go no further, to have some kind of discussion or conversation, which could have a set end time or not. If we're going to recess the meeting, we'll have to reconvene it at another time. I don't know if Mr. Batchelor was able to identify a time to reconvene this meeting. And what recessing and reconvening means, just so everybody's clear, and Mr. Petiti just kind of alluded to it, is that we have accepted all the public comment on this topic that we will be, that will be read publicly. That, that it's done. We're just gonna, so there would be no more opportunity for anyone in the public to submit additional comment to be read at this meeting. And I just want to make sure everybody's clear on that. I think we talked about that at a different point. Why don't we spend just a couple of minutes I was looking at the clock, trying to figure out where people's heads are in terms of forging ahead. We could forge ahead with a hard stop. I know that when we talked about this, or at the beginning of the meeting, we, doing the math of what 3 minutes of comment for 130 or 40 comments meant, this could have gone until 2 o'clock in the morning, which is the reason that we kind of contemplated potentially doing a recess. It's actually fabulous that we were able to get through 4 hours or just under 4 hours of public comment. And again, I thank Ms. Gangle and Mr. Petiti and Dr. Hand for that technological wonder. So if anybody wants to jump in real quick with a thought on that, you know, we can spend a couple of minutes figuring out next steps, which is actually all that we said we would be doing tonight. We said we would hear public comment and then determine next steps. Would anyone like to jump in?
Thanks, Mrs. Stern. I'm prepared to start some discussion now and see if it leads to something, and if it looks like we realize after some discussion that we need a lot more time, we can recess. But if it's possible to come to some resolution, then we may be close to that. I don't know one way or the other.
Okay.
I would just like to say, if it's going to take a long time to discuss this, I will make a move to table the discussion, because I don't want to keep the administrators here late tonight. We're already going to have a significant meeting on Thursday. I'd like to be done with the public comment and vote on this, but if it's going to take a long time, I don't want to do it tonight.
Got it. All righty. Does anybody have strong feelings one way or the other?
I concur with Sarah. I'm just worried that if this is going to, I'm unclear of what we want. I guess I need a discussion around what our next steps are.
Well, that's pretty much what I was saying. So here's the thing. Here's, as I see it, and if anybody else sees another option, by all means, jump in. We've accepted public comment on this. That's what we said we would do. We wanted to hear it. And we could very easily call it a night and take no action whatsoever. And all we've done is what we said we were going to do, was hear the public's feelings about this situation. We're actually not obliged to do anything. We on the other end of that extreme, we could take all the action that's been requested of us. Remove all the Native American imagery, and change the name. Those are really pretty much the two extremes of what we could do. And it's not for me to choose or to decide what we should do. The next, but possible next steps are to discuss those two ends of the spectrum, or say that we are going to recess the meeting now and take up that conversation at a reconvened meeting. And it's not really very clear to me why. It's not clear to me that this conversation has to be a long or a short conversation. I mean, maybe based on our last few meetings, the presumption is that if we're going to discuss something, it's going to be a long meeting. That's the part I feel bad about with regards to the administration, is another long meeting. There's value in forging ahead, and if there's something that we would like to take action on tonight, do that, or to have a conversation and put a hard stop to when we're going to stop talking tonight, or to reconvene the meeting and say that we're going to reconvene it for a set period of time. I mean, we don't have to have things be open-ended to the concerns I've been hearing about a long meeting and a late night and board sleepovers. Nothing says this has to be a long conversation one way or the other, regardless of whether we take action or don't take action.
And I'm the one who jokes often about the long meetings. And so I we've had long meetings because we've had very thoughtful meetings with a lot of, I think, good board discussion and good community input. Please don't let the late night of the administrators factor into whether we continue. Matter of fact, we gave the majority of the administrators off tonight. I was very unsuccessful trying to convince Mrs. Kebgist even, but as the high school principal, she wanted to be here tonight, and I commend her for that. We obviously needed Dr. Hand and Mr. Petiti and Mrs. Gangle, but the other administrators, we have given the night off because they have been so busy and what they've been focused on. So please don't let that be a factor in tonight. We're here to have a discussion. We're here to support that, whichever direction it goes tonight.
Susan, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hey. Greetings from the Pennsylvania Turnpike. I'm en route on a family visit, but I've been following the whole meeting. I just had a quick piece of feedback for this topic. I am of the opinion that that this topic deserves some substantial conversation at a time when all of us are a little fresher, and when we have had some time to digest the comments. You know, it doesn't have to be a 4-hour meeting where each of us are providing long comments, but I do think that it would serve us and the community well to have a substantial conversation at another time.
So
Given
can
that
I
it's,
just weigh in?
you know, 11:15.
Yeah, so my concern, Andrew, is we've sat through now over 4 hours of public comment. They mirror all the emails, over 100 emails, I think, that we've all gotten over the last few weeks. And they fall into, by my estimation, 3 camps. Keep the Raider name and the mascot and imagery. Get rid of the Raider name, the mascot, and the imagery. Or keep the Raider name, but get rid of the mascot and the imagery. I really think they all fall in those 3 camps. And if we push this to another meeting, my impression is that by board policy, we have to take comment again. And I'm not saying there's no value in the public comment, there certainly is, but I haven't seen in the hundreds of comments that we've gotten anything other than those 3 options. So I'm not sure there's a lot more valuable conversation to be had.
I see the point, and that's why I originally put out the idea that we could put all of the comments in writing and put them up publicly, and then choose a sample of the comments tonight, so that we wouldn't be wrapping up at 11 o'clock. We could have been wrapping up at 8:30 or 9. In which case, I would favor a substantial conversation right now. But actually, that's not the case. So
I don't think that complies
that's
with
why
our policy.
now that we're here this late, I think that it is better to set this aside for another time. It doesn't have to be multiple hours or whatever, but it should be a time when we've had time to digest the public's comment and to reflect on this. I've been getting the same emails that you have, so don't imply that I haven't been reflecting on this.
We've all seen the same material.
Guys, hang on just a second. I do want to clarify something. When I said that we had several options, and I said one option is that we do nothing, that we take no action, just let me be clear, that is the option of keeping the name and keeping the imagery. That's what it means to take no action. Okay, just to be clear to everybody. But I also want to say, I'm very specific. If we are not going to continue tonight, I'm going to recess the meeting. I'm not going to adjourn it, and then I'm going to reconvene it for another time. The public comment on this topic is we've accepted all public comment on this topic that we've accepted. Now, people might still send us emails, and I suspect that they will continue to send us emails until such time as we reconvene and have whatever conversation we're going to have. But that's the reason that I was very specific about saying recess and reconvene.
Okay, that's fine. I just don't. I don't want to have another 4-hour meeting before we start talking about it.
Oh, no one does. Yeah.
So
we all agree on that.
I think I'm not hearing enough appetite to plow on, at least not in a substantial way. But I would, but I don't want to translate recessing to we can have another, that we need to have another long conversation about this. So Mr. Christofko, I think you're on the phone. As I indicated 4 hours ago, this was certainly the option that I put out there. And I think I even quoted my mother, we were going to play it by ear. So if I recess the meeting right now, we would then announce on the website the date for reconvening, because I don't think we have a date set right now. Do we, Mr. Batchelor?
We don't have a date, but certainly we could discuss that right now. I believe, Tuesdays are not going to work because we have other board meetings and other commitments coming up for Tuesdays. That's our traditional board time. And with school reopening and other discussions that need to happen, we do have a board meeting. We do, this Thursday night. It really depends. The discussion is how soon do we want to reconvene this meeting? If we want to reconvene this meeting within the next 2 weeks, I believe we have 2 town or community discussions on the 13th and 20th, Mr. Petiti, for where we're looking at for the accessibility and wellness projects.
Yes.
So that's the
Yeah.
13th and 20th. So that would rule out those 2 days. But that would leave open, knowing that I think knowing that we have already booked the next 2 Tuesdays for board meetings that we're going to be using. So we can't use it for this special topic. We could look at Wednesdays, August 12th or August 19th, if we wanted to do it within the next 2 weeks, or did we want to push it beyond, the end of this month?
All right, well, we're going to have to take a look at that, and we will have to announce the reconvening date, but we are recessing the meeting for now. But I do want to say the one caveat about being done with public comment is I've received several emails tonight from people who insist that they sent in their public comment in the allotted time frame. So we are going to have to ask Dr. Hand and Mr. Petiti to just double check our technology and make sure that no one who submitted comments within the time frame that we listed publicly, that they were inadvertently, lost or left off the list, just in fairness to the process. So that is the only public comment that would maybe perhaps be, entered into a reconvened meeting. Okay. So, Mr. Christofko, I just recessed the meeting. Is that all?
Yeah, that's all that we need to do at this point in time, and then the meeting will pick up when the date's determined.
Great. All right. So then we are in recess. Good night, everyone. And thank you all. And thank you to the public for listening and submitting your comments and bearing with us.
You're here. Thank you.
You're here. Good night.